Hello, Boots Rice, if you're still here. How's it going? Dank Cookies, welcome. Killarak909, thank you. Thank you for joining. Huh. Is the desk a little dark to you guys? I don't like it too overexposed, but it's looking a little dark. I could increase the ISO, but prefer not to. Prefer to keep it at 100. Higher quality. Potato Noodles, hello. I feel like it's been a while. It's been like, what, a week since my last stream? Thursday. It's already Thursday. Thank goodness this week has felt pretty... I don't know about you guys, but it's felt like it's gone by pretty quickly. Interestingly enough, that's like that's one of those things that seems to be a consensus. Like, you know, in my day job, I talk to a lot of people in different time zones and across the borders, and I'll be like, yeah, this week's felt really slow, or it's felt like it's gone by so quick, and they'd all agree. They'd be like, yeah, for some reason. Seems to be some sort of global connection when it comes to that stuff. Oh man, do I have some stuff to show you guys today. So I don't know, I was thinking of like making my intro to my stream more interesting. Not like have an actual rolling intro, but like have like a warm-up. So I recently bought a capture card and I connected my Switch to it. I haven't streamed anything yet. I still don't even know what I'm going to stream, but I thought maybe for like the first 5-10 minutes of the stream I could play like a retro game or something on my Switch, like Donkey Kong Country or Donkey Kong Country 2. It might be really interesting for some of the younger viewers out there to see like what kind of games I grew up on. Yeah, still great games, amazing music. So I don't know, I'm trying to find ways to make things more entertaining. But yeah, welcome everyone. Thanks so much for dropping by. I'm gonna see, there's a keyboard that I want to show you guys. I haven't been able to like publicize it really that much, but I will definitely be showing you. The plan for today is I will be lubing switches for this keyboard, and of course I'll show you what keyboard it's going to be. It's going to be, I don't have like all day to build this thing from scratch, so it'll probably be like at least 2 streams. So one stream will be lubing the switches for sure. That's like going to take the longest. And then in the second stream, maybe I can, you know, put the stabilizers and then the keyboard build together, or I might just do stabs on another separate stream, and then on the last stream, like I did with the Ramaworks Zenith, I'll just like put everything together on the final stream, but we'll see. But yeah, today I don't want to rush anything, but you know, lubing switches for a TKL keyboard, you know, it's going to take a little bit longer than a 60 or 65%. So, but yeah, how's everyone doing? It's Thursday. Too bad it's not Friday yet, but hopefully your weeks have felt pretty quick too. Dank Cookie Super Mario World. Yeah, that's an option. You know, it's really interesting. Like, I played a lot of Mario games on Game Boy, but not so much on Super Nintendo, interestingly enough. I didn't really get into Mario Kart until N64. Yeah, I played like Wario World, Wario Land, whatever it's called. I played like the original Mario game on Game Boy. I used to play that thing a lot. But yeah, Super Nintendo, I played more like Donkey Kong, like platform type games. Played like Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 5 was a big one. Well, I watched my brother play Final Fantasy. What else? Mega Man X. That was one I played a lot. Super Metroid. Yes, I did play Super Metroid. I didn't get to finish it though because I borrowed it from a friend and he moved away, so I couldn't finish it. I had to give it back to him. Actually, same thing with Mega Man X. Two different friends that lent me their games, but they both moved away. Yoshi's Island, another game I couldn't finish because my friend moved away, and I three different friends, three different games. They all moved away before I could finish the games. Now that I think about it. But yeah, Super Metroid was a lot of fun. Boots Rice. What's stopping you from getting waffle fries? I say if you want it, go get it. For sure. Okay, the stream's looking a little dark. I'm just going to increase the ISO a little bit. 1 second. Yeah, it's a bit better. It's just going to be shaking for a little bit. I really envy those streamers that can like turn the zoom on their camera. It focuses, well, the focus isn't the issue, but it focuses right away and then it like doesn't shake at all. Vicious 7, hey, what's up? Having recently gotten into the keyboard hobby, I started playing PC games, currently hooked on Final Fantasy 14. 14. Is 14 the online one? Boots Rice, snow. Oh, there's snow, so you don't feel like going out because it's cold. I see. Vicious 7, yes, it's the MMORPG. When I was in university, I played like, what do you call it? Final Fantasy 11, but it just got too expensive for me. Like I just couldn't afford the, what do you call it? It was like 20 bucks a month. It was pretty expensive. I think it was like 20 bucks. It was just too much. It was just too much. But yeah. Hold on, just gonna message my friend here, see if he can drop by. Boots Rice, where are you located? If it's snowing. Well, I'm assuming if you're like in Canada, pretty much anywhere west of BC is going to be snowing. But I'm in BC. It's like 4 degrees Celsius, so it's nothing's frozen over, but it's pretty chilly. Hey, PanicPacman, there you are. What's going on, man? Vicious 7. I'm more of a console gamer playing Final Fantasy 7 Remake on PS5, but Final Fantasy 14 is addictive. Weird controlling things with a keyboard. Yeah, you know, there was a time when, like, I used to play a lot of Counter-Strike. I used to play a lot of online, like, games. And, yeah, I don't know. I just like it just felt so comfortable using a keyboard to move, keyboard and mouse. But then I moved away from it at some point, and then I just exclusively played console. I think it's right after high school, or like the tail end of high school when like Halo was really popular on the Xbox. And then yeah, and then I just exclusively played console games. Now that I think about it, I had a PS2, played a lot of PS2, and then Xbox 360. I played Xbox 360. I didn't get a PS3. I played a lot of online, like Modern Warfare when that first came out. I played a lot. Borderlands 1, the very first one. That was a lot of fun. Oh, Catalytic Shadow. Thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope all is well. But yeah, and then I don't know. And then now, like, I feel really uncomfortable using WASD to maneuver and stuff. So. X-Caster Boris, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome. How's it going? Goddamn ads. That's weird. Somebody else said that, and I'm pretty sure I have not activated ads for my channel. So I guess it's Twitch monetizing my my streams. Sorry about that. Casters from Hex. Oh, shoot. Thanks so much for dropping by. Okay, well, I guess we might as well get into it. Aim before ad blocker. Wait, does ad blocker work on Twitch? Did not know that. Oh, I should get my headphone cord out of the way. uBlock origin. Interesting. Because that's what Twitch tries to do, right? Is like, if you sub to this person, you no longer have to like pay, or not pay, but watch ads. So you're just like overriding it. My glasses are going to be wonky from time to time because like my headphones are pressing up against my hat. Oh, yes. Sorry, just while we're waiting for maybe a few more people to come in here, I got to show you guys something. Works with Hulu, but don't tell them. Yeah. Sucks for you. I work at Hulu. No, I'm just kidding. Wouldn't that suck? Oh, man. I'm like the Hulu ads manager or something. So, Ripwell. Alright, so these are the dad hats. So if you're in my Discord, I referenced it. I talked about my web store that I'm planning to open up soon. I know the timing might not be the best because everybody's probably already spent all their money for the year for like holiday stuff, but it's like an in-stock sale. It's not a group buy where like it needs to be done within a time period. I know the maker, the designer of GMK Hunt, Tom Types, I think. The keycap set he designed looked really nice, but apparently it didn't hit MOQ, and a lot of people were saying it's probably because like a lot of people had already spent all their money. So if he had run the group buy timeline after the holidays, it probably would have worked out better for him. Anyways, all the stuff that I'm going to be selling soon, the Matsuzuka desk mat extras. A lot of people asked for the stickers that came with the desk mats. I talked with Input Universe and we decided, you know, we'll print it. He gave me the file. So I'll be selling those individually on my store. And then of course the dad hats, which I got embroidered by a local company here. So this is the pink logo dad hat. I've really only just showed the front of it, but I'll show you guys the whole hat. So it's a really nice hat. Like, I'm wearing it right now. It's really comfortable. I actually don't really like the baseball cap ones. It has like maybe because my head's small, like my head doesn't fit in like the shape of the hat itself, but this one fits nice and snug. I also like this part right here. It's this brass buckle enclosure, and then you can tuck away the excess strap just inside of here. So that's what it looks like outside. And you can just tuck in all the extra parts in here. So it's nice and clean like this. So yeah, I really like that. So yeah, took a long time to like even just pick out what kind of hat I wanted to to source for this run, but I wanted to make sure it was something like high quality, something you guys can actually wear outside and feel comfortable wearing. So yeah, so this is the pink one, and then due to popular demand, I got the black on black logo one create. Oh my god, it's not even focusing. It's so it's so sneaky that it won't focus. Let me put my finger here, maybe that'll help. There you go. So that's the black on black one, and I think this one will be pretty popular too. But yeah, these will be selling on the store, so stay tuned. Follow my Discord. I think I have exclamation Discord. I don't. God, shame on me. I'm so bad. But yeah, you can find it through my Instagram and then my link tree. And I also will post dates of when the sale goes live on my Instagram stories. So stay tuned for that if you're interested. I'd really appreciate your support. If not, it's all good. So, Uncool Dude, Murdered Out Edition. Yes. I don't know. I understand why people use that term, and it's been used for a while. I think sneaker culture really popularized it. I wouldn't say I'm not a fan of the term. I just think it's just not a term I would personally use. It's not something I would really say. Like blacked out or stealth or yeah. I don't really care so much about the actual word like murder, but just I don't know, it just seems weird a little bit. Anyways. All right, so got to show you guys the keyboard. Uncool Dude is not a PC person. Hey dude, it's totally fine. You know, if you get to know me a bit more, maybe. Actually, you know what? Let's just leave it. Let's just leave it. All right, guys, ready? This is going to be really cool. Old school. I can respect that. Hey, man. As long as we are all respectful of each other, I have no issues. All right. Oh, I should flip it like this way. Here it is. This is the keyboard right here. Uncool Dude, we can share stories over candied back bacon. Dude, I love bacon. I love bacon so much. That sounds amazing. All right. So this is the keyboard. And this right here will give away potentially what kind of keyboard we're talking about. Yes, indeed, it's the Hex.4B. So let's take a look inside here. Oh, turn off my phone. Actually, no, I'm not going to turn off my phone. All right. I watch too many stream. Yeah, well, it's been making a lot of like YouTube videos recently too, like Shoobs most recently. Of course, Teha. Did Alex? No, I don't know if Alex released a video about it yet. So yes. Alex soon? Okay. Here it is, guys. One of my favorite colors. In one of my favorite colors, purple. And if you guys don't know, this purple Hex.4B is called the Dreamcore Edition. It was an extremely limited run of 100 units. I managed to snag one of these. And it was, so the Dreamcore Edition was done in collaboration with Dreamcore, which is like a custom PC maker, and Hex.4B, a keyboard maker. And my good friend PanicPacman, the PanicPacman in chat here, helped, I guess, project manage this whole thing, based on the idea of creating a really good quality, but affordable custom keyboard. Vicious 7, that's a nice looking color. I'm just not sure about the actual board itself yet. Well, I've heard some really good things about it. So 2 really interesting things about this keyboard. It uses a gummy worm O-ring mount, and it is plateless. And so far, every review that I've seen, that I've heard, have been very favorable, like the Uncool Dude says. Typing tests, I've listened to them. They sound great. Shoobs, in his most recent review video, he said that plateless is, you got to try plateless at least once if you're into the keyboard scene. So I'm super excited about this. And of course, this keyboard is going to look amazing with my Matsuzuka Matsuri Desu mat, which is like basically GMK laser themed colorway. And I actually got GMK laser from Drop just for this keyboard build. So it's going to be fantastic, guys. It's going to be amazing. So yeah, let's take a look. Enough of me talking here. Let's take a look. Probably going to get my greasy fingerprints all over it. Sorry, guys. Ruining your keyboard right off the bat. Okay, so Vicious 7, I'm sure the reviews are very positive and the idea is definitely interesting. What I'm not sure about is the aesthetics. I see. Lick that shit, don't worry. Mecha 01 would look pretty fire on that too. Actually, I think... Wait, Pac-Man. Didn't you put Mecha 01 on yours? Let me... I need to... I need to see if you did this. He did. Okay, we got to show this, guys. Okay, first of all, make sure you follow Hex.4B, PanicPacman. If you guys don't know, PanicPacman also is an artisan keycap maker. Hopefully he'll have another project out soon. And then Dreamcore. Soon. Oh, okay. All right. So yes, check those guys out. Make sure you give them a follow if you like what you see. Yes. And all of these guys are in Singapore. So yeah, a lot of awesome people in Singapore in the keyboard scene. A lot of artisan keycap makers. You know, like a lot are in the US and in Vietnam, but Singapore holds it down. And of course, we got Hex.4B representing Singapore too. So thanks again, PanicPacman. Hex, this is awesome. I'm really excited to build this. Oh, right, we have to show the hex. Uh-huh. There you go. In my opinion, there's no better set to go with the Hex 4B Dreamcore Edition with than the GMK Mecha 01. That does look really nice. Yeah, that looks nice. You know, I thought about, I have the Mitolet set, just the all purple, but I think that would just be too much purple, you know? So I like this set because it balances it out with some other colors. But I think laser would be really nice too with like the red. But yeah, we'll see. Caster, haven't slept because of work. Oh no. Hope you like the board. I'm half asleep. Well, you know, the good thing is I'll probably be doing like a finish build stream, maybe on the weekend, maybe next weekend, something like that. Hopefully it'll be a bit better time for you over in Singapore. But thanks so much. I really appreciate you dropping by. Yeah, I'm just gonna give you my honest review, my honest viewpoint. Of course, I'm by no means the most experienced builder. I haven't tried like all the nice boards out there. I'm slowly working myself up to end game. But it's been a wild journey. It's been awesome. So Vicious 7, I think it just might be that the F-Row or Navi isn't exploded, making the board look a bit compressed and a bit busy, but it does seem to be quality. Yeah, I can see what you mean by that. Yeah. But what I can appreciate, though, is the separation of the arrow keys. Like, to me, I'm a big fan of that blocker by the arrow keys. Like, to me, that is probably the most important component. Everything else is secondary. So, actually, it works out quite nicely. And, of course, you guys can see here, compared to the Frog TKL, or just any general TKL board, what is that like? It's not quite lined up. Yeah, it's a little more than 2 units of space. That much more space for your mouse before it collides, you know, in the heat of the moment with your keyboard and you smash your mouse to pieces. The typing angle seems to be, yes, definitely higher than the Frog. The Frog in general seems like a flatter keyboard, which, you know, I actually don't mind because I don't really feel the need to have a wrist rest when I use this keyboard. Even when I'm gaming, it's I just go like this. So, ooh, I'm just gonna stand up the 6.9 degree typing out. There you go. 6.9 degree. Where's the Frog? Here, let's just. Here's the Frog. Hex.4B. It's got some thickness to it. Bit, yeah, as you can see, it's a bit more narrow right here. Yes. Oh man, I'm so excited. Yeah, show you some additional details here. Hex.4B by Hex KBD. Nice big Dreamcore logo right there. There's a bit of like slight discoloration. That's just normal with brass in general, but that's fine. We're not going to really see that when the full build is done. I'm assuming this is the light for like the scroll locks, cap lock, that kind of stuff. Hammer Brother, what's up, man? Shout out to my fellow streamer friend, Hammer Brother. He lives like 10 minutes away from me. How's it going, dude? This is the Hex.4B Dreamcore Edition. They only made 100 units of these, and I managed to get one. So, just taking a look. Just unboxing, taking a look at the case right now. Oh yes, this part right here. So I remember watching Teja's stream about sort of like, this is a pretty big opening for a USB-C cable. However, I saw on the IC for this, or the spec sheet or something, discussion on, my God, what is it called? What's that forum? This is the problem with late night stream, guys. Yeah, it was an in-stock sale. Anyways, the website will come to me in a second, but apparently this was intentional because of the gummy ring, the O-ring mount. The PCB might bounce up and down a bit. What the hell was that? Yo, my video capture card better not be bugging out. I'm gonna be so pissed if it fails on me. Oh man, Alta Vista. Oh, I like that shine. See through the webcam. Anyways, the reason why they left this opening is to account for the PCB movement. So they couldn't make it like as small as possible because of that. And here's the bottom. A lot of people said it's like really simple, like it's too simple. Personally, I don't mind. But I think a lot of the photographers out there, they want to you know, take those keyboard booty shots. But I don't know. I think it looks really pretty still. What did this run for? Oh God, I don't remember. But I gotta say, it was extremely reasonable. Hold on, let me see. It's indeed a very nice color. Yeah. Let me find it. Hex.4B. So just the general Hex.4B was 295 Singapore dollars. Yeah, $216 US. And does that include what you get for that amount is the top bottom case, brass innerweight, PCB, gaskets, accessory, keyboard, and a keyboard carrying case. Wow, that's a solid deal right there. Add-ons for the, you can get add-ons. Looks like the add-on page. Oh, sorry. Looks like the add-on page. Oh, I see. So the Dreamcore Edition was $350, but the group buy Hex.4B was $295, which means it's just that much more reasonable. Three different colors. Yeah. 25th December. Oh, wait. So the group buy is still going on right now? So you guys can still choose to get this if you want. I mean, you know, the carrying case alone, a lot of group buys charge like $25 to $30 US. So I don't know, man. Like every time I see a keyboard price, it's like doesn't include the plate or the PCB. Like I always assume that's the case, but not with this one. PanicPacman, yeah, for the other 3 new colors. Assuming these are the colors. What is this? So E-white. This looks like a, is that like a rose gold? And a black. Can't go wrong with that. Hammer Brother, pretty good pricing. I'm out of the loop on this board. Looks great though. Yeah, it looks great. Apparently Alex Sotos is going to be reviewing this board very soon. Shubes made a video on it a few days ago. Teja, he made a video on the, he was building like a maroon red colored one. It looked really nice. Yeah. And so far the consensus has been like, this is extremely solid. Like, it costs more than the Keychron Q1 and the GMMK Pro, but like the additional amount that you're paying for the board that you get is like a no-brainer from what I've heard. And I'm sure that's probably what I'll believe too once I'm done with this. Once I finish building this. So yeah, let me let me drop the group buy link in here, and I think there are regional vendors, I believe, that will be selling this. So yeah, definitely check it out. PanicPacman, Teja built a rhubarb version, which was only 200 units that was in stock before the Dreamcore Edition. I see. Yeah, that rhubarb edition looked really nice. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, sorry, I was laughing earlier because I was gonna copy and paste the link, and I was like, wait, I was like trying to type on this thing. Oh man. All right, so that's the case. So I'm very happy with the case. It looks really clean. Thank God it doesn't seem like it's a massive fingerprint magnet. Like, I've touched it here and there. It's not like if you guys were here when I was building the Zenith. Oh my God, I actually couldn't get the frickin' fingerprints off. I like sprayed a paper towel with isopropyl alcohol, and it wouldn't come off. It's like, bro, it's just regular like finger sweat or condensation, you know what I mean? Like, no way that it stained that keyboard, which costs hundreds and hundreds of dollars. But I did my best. Anyways, that's another plus. It's not a fingerprint magnet from what I could tell. Yeah, if this was the Zenith, if I did that, let it go, it would have left a massive fingerprint, and then it wouldn't have come off even if I used isopropyl alcohol. So, big plus there. All right, let's take a look at the other stuff. So, 2 sets of O-rings that I believe you can use one or the other. What's this? Oh no, Carlo. IRA word ban for board. Okay, starting now for the next 5 minutes. I cannot say that word. So yeah, these are for the PCB. I was laughing because I see this little tab here. I was gonna like rip it open, but then I realized you can open it from the top. It opens anyways. I didn't need to do that. Ooh, interesting. Okay. So as you guys can see, there's the tensile strengths are different on these O-rings. Oh my God. This is crazy. And they're both for the PCB. One is definitely much stiffer than the other, the green one. I'm probably gonna opt for, I'm gonna do both, obviously, because it's really easy to just switch them out. But yeah, maybe I'll start with the green one first, and then assuming that I'll end up with the dark red rings, I will use. I'll finish a typing test with these rings. I did listen to Teja, the typing test. I forget which one I liked more, but you know, I have it in hand, I have it in person, so might as well figure it out for myself. PanicPacman, for a stiffer experience, use the green ones. Okay. Got it. Next mech, hey, hello, how's it going? We're just looking at the Hex.4B Dreamcore Edition rectangle, because I can't use a certain word for another few minutes. Okay, so those are the rings. Oh, I guess I can leave one out just to show you how it'll go on the PCB. Ooh, sorry, I think I missed a comment earlier about no daughter board. Shit! Okay, we're resetting the timer. Son of a bitch. Wait, if it's one word, does it count? No, it's 2 words, isn't it? Shit. Okay, the daughter rectangle. Is this the same? Yeah, I could still open it off the top without ripping the sides. So this looks like the just extra screws. Just 2. Okay. Okay. So looks like there's some extra screws, and then the rubber bump-ons, and then I don't know what these are. Looks like lights that I put into the PCB. I solder onto the PCB. Yeah. Little lights here. The purple looks sick. Yeah, it really does. I'm assuming these are like little button looking things with holes in the sides. I'm assuming that you use that to attach it to the PCB. I'll have to take a look after the stream to see how it all comes together. Oh, I just realized this is a soldered version. Or I guess it only comes in a soldered version. Anyways, I'm really excited because I had practiced soldering, and it was a lot of fun. If you watched me a long time ago, back in August, one of my first streams ever, I practiced soldering, and it was a little bit of a mess. I still managed to make this Stellar 12 work, macro pad work, but yeah, I've improved a ton since then. Sadly, no hot swap. Yeah, it's all good. I guess, yeah, a lot of people would be sad about it, but as somebody who wants to practice and has been practicing soldering, I'm really excited. So this is the PCB. Oh, look, it went through 2 quality checks. Nice. We will still check to make sure that it's working, though. And yeah, these little edges here. I know for some PCBs you have to like snap it off, but you do not snap this one off. You just put the O-ring on like that. Yeah, and then you take the top plate off, and then it just sits in those little grooves there. That's such a cool design. I love that. It's so simple. It's so simple. And probably a vastly improved typing experience too. Let's see how that's how the green one fits. I'm like worried because it's so stiff. Oh God. What's this? Abakai. Yes, this is a personal build. Oh my God. It's I don't think this is supposed to be this difficult. Carlo, over time, wouldn't those tabs break from use when typing? I highly doubt it. But like, I haven't heard anything in the grapevine, through the grapevine, about durability of PCB. Next mech, FR4 is pretty strong and flexy. Yeah, I think, wait, are all PCBs FR4 plates? I didn't know that, but I guess it makes sense. It looks really nice, guys. It's really clean. I don't know why it's not focusing properly here. Oh, there you go. Mech Lovin' Studio. Oh, it's VIA compatible too. Yeah, I really like VIA. Yeah, VIA is definitely the way to go. Okay, yeah, I think this ring is defunct. I'm not risking like potential breakage. Yeah, like this one doesn't stretch at all. Look at that. Oh my god. Oh, man. I feel like I'm gonna snap it. Or maybe I just have to stretch it a little bit. Just to like get it going. I don't know, guys. This kind of scares me. Yeah, it's a little bit better now. But even still, it's gonna be a bit of a tight fit. Next mech. The FR4 plates are just PCBs with no components. I see. Alright. I guess I can try to stretch these green O-rings off stream. But the red ones are perfectly fine. All of these red ones put together are easier to stretch than one of the green ones. That's crazy. Oh, man. Carlo. Napolitano. I love saying that. They should be FR4. I can't say all of them are made of FR4. Have not seen the madman that etches their own full copper patina PCB. If that's even possible. Wow. That sounds extremely expensive and ambitious. Okay. But yeah, guys, that's it. That's all there is. I know that Teja had a very thin, I think it was Poron or some sort of sheet that he put over top of this, and then he literally it didn't actually have holes for these two pins right here, and he just like stabbed through it and fixed the switches onto the plate. Apparently that's just optional, like you don't really need it, but just wanted to let you know. I'm assuming that's one of the extras that you can buy if you do want to buy this keyboard. If you didn't hear before, it is currently in group buy until, when was it? 25th December. Yeah. E-White is plus 20 Singapore dollars. Okay. Pac-Man, if you're still here, I've always noticed that the E-White boards, I can say it now, it's been more than 5 minutes. The E-White boards always cost a little extra. I guess the question is why? Is it just really hard to come up with like a white board without having like blemishes and stuff, like having to perfect it? I don't know. Abikai, oh my god, my Rama U80 literally just came in the mail. Awesome. That is sick. Oh, right, guys, I have to show you the switches I'll be using on this build. Very excited. Sorry, I just hit the mic there. Alright, we're gonna have to put this away. Can't build you yet. I do wish the straps were a little better. They're a little clunky. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I guess if the zipper's open, I was gonna say, like, if you can just close it, like, it's not gonna fall out. But if you didn't close it, and this would, like, prevent it from falling out, I guess. Next Mac, E-coating is more expensive for materials and process versus anodization. Got it. That makes more sense now. Because I remember my KBD fans, Tofu65. I got a E-white and it was more. But I'm like, it looks so nice, I have to get it. I don't know why the camera is focusing on the mic. Excuse me. When, like, the focus should be, like, wide focus. I guess it's wide focus, and whatever's closest to the lens, it's just gonna pick up. That's a little too... That's excessive. Alright, the switches. Yes. So, can anyone guess what these switches are? Just gonna put my mic off to the side so it doesn't focus in on the mic. Oh man. Zelios V1 for sure. Well, actually it's a Zelios V1 Redux. But I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Yeah. So I personally have never used Zeal switches in my keyboards before. And these were on sale during Black Friday. So it was just like $1 off per 10, but still better than nothing. They're talking about how it's like a mid-travel tactile bump, which I think is pretty cool. And it was purple. And I knew I was going to get this keyboard. I wanted to make it a purple themed keyboard. So I thought these would be a great fit. So I'm very excited to try these out. B-Boy Jen, I got your Midnight Matsuzuka for an extra. It looks dope. Thank you so much for supporting. I really appreciate it. Input, Scion Studios, and I are very proud of it. And we really hope the demand stays high, because we would love to do a round 2, maybe, with additional colorways. So yeah, stay tuned, guys. Carlo Napolitano, they look like blueberries but aren't. Yes, purple blueberries. Blurple. Love Zelios. Well, now I'm really excited to try it now. B-Boy one day I'd like to try a hard tactile bump switch like the U4T. Well, I have the Boba U4Ts and it's my favorite switch. Definitely. More colorway poggers, yeah. Uncool dude, I'll be getting in the Boba LTs, which are pretty dang purple. Yeah. Gazu has been doing a great job with all of this. Alright, I need to start taking apart these switches. I shouldn't have to lube all of them. Hold on, I need to figure out how many I need. How many is that? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17. 20, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 40, 50, 70, 60, 70, 80. Okay, I need like 81 or something. And I think I ordered 100. So we'll just 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 4, 8, 10, 4, 8, 10. Ooh, I might need your help, guys. What kind of lube should I use for these? 10, 5, 5, that's 10. Is that 5? Yeah. 5, 5, what is that? 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Oh, I definitely didn't get 100. What the hell, man? 4, 6, 8, 10. 3, 6, 9, 10. 80. 5. I'll leave 85 switches, and then 5 I'll just leave stock for, like, I don't know, testing purposes. It uses 85? Well, shit. I miscounted hard. B-Boy Jen, Tribosis 3203 probably doesn't hurt, but I don't have tactiles yet. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could try out, like different different lubes. Don't bork any. Well, I have 5 extra. I have 5 extra. I'm confident that I will not bork any. Well, especially because it's not hot swap, right? So it should be totally fine. All right. Well, yeah, I guess we should test it out. What's the best way to do it here? I mean, I have this macro pad here. I guess I can like put it on here. This will be like a fairly good. It's like not fairly good. It's an okay indicator. I just use plain silicone lube, not too picky on lube. Less is more for me. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh yeah, I have like different switches on here. Totally forgot about that. Let's take them out. Yeah, guys, it's already 8. I don't know if I want to lube all these switches today. I might just like determine which switch I want to use based on like filming and all these other tests. And then maybe I'll do stabs. Yeah. Because I'm going to be really tired. I want to be able to go to sleep at a reasonable time, so. Oh my god, it bent it right away. Jesus. Okay, that's good. Oh wow, that is a really light tactility. It's a little strange. Because it has a little bit of give, like has a bit of pre-travel, I'm gonna have to get used to that. But because of that, it kind of rattles before the key press. Like, as opposed to like tactility at the top of the key press top bump. It's like solid, and then you press it down and it just goes straight down. It's like solid. Well, not much I could do about it now. It's always good to try like new stuff though. And I debated whether I should get the heavier one. I think this is the 62 gram. And then there's also like a 68 gram, I think. Hold on, let me check. Zeal. What? It's even cheaper now. What the hell? It's $2 off. For both variants. Damn it. But yeah, 60, 62, 67. At least I was right about that. I don't know. Maybe I should have got the 67. It's okay. Son of a bitch. Well. Anyways, if you want to get the Redux switches, they're $2 off Canadian per 10. Oh man. Is it our time to get? Yeah, why not? I don't know if somebody's sponsored by Zeal. There's like a discount code. Might as well go use it right there. There's no use being salty. But yeah, seemed like a really nice guy. I just like, when I ordered, you know how you can leave a comment? I'm just like, hey, you know, I'm like a local builder / streamer. Like, I heard lots of great things about your stuff. You know? And he wrote me a nice, like, handwritten message, like, nice to meet you. Gave me a little snack. Coffee crisp. Which is a great snack, by the way. If you guys don't know what a coffee crisp is, you're missing out. Also, I just realized some of the rattling is coming from this macro pad itself. What the hell? That's not cool, bro. Why? What is rattling in here? What is there to rattle? That's not cool. Coffee crisp is my favorite snack from Canada. A friend sent me some years ago in a package, light and airy, but lots of flavor. Yeah, it's so good. So good. All right. Guess we don't need the full lube station. Okay, so do you guys think it's pretty much between like 3203, 3204, like that kind of thing? Or should we try Crytox also? Let's open some of these up. Oh, I forgot. I was about to drink water and I got distracted. Crytox would have to be super light. Yeah. You know, I actually, I felt like if I didn't have a ton of 3203 for my Boba U4Ts, I would have gone Crytox because the sound profile, it seemed a little deeper, which I'm always a fan of. It still sounded great. And of course there's the Gazoo method of lubing. So, is that factory grease? Oh, there's a bit of factory grease on the legs. I don't know if you guys can see that. Come on. Yes, a bit of shine there. Yeah, Crytox got that Thox sound for most switches. Yeah. So, I don't know. debating it, to be honest. I think, you know what? I think it's going to be 3203 versus Crytox. Because I feel like 3203 and 3204, there's a difference. But 3204 and Crytox, yeah, no, there's a difference between all of them. But I only have 2 paintbrushes right now. That's why I'm lazy. Wait, I need to clean this one. Damn it. I think I have some extras over there. Okay, so hold on. So the housing seems like pretty good. If we're gonna film it, I guess there's a bit of space. Like there's very little movement. But I guess it also helps that it's not like a... Does it have a long pole? Palm stem. It doesn't say. Interesting. Anyways. Yeah, so we'll test it out, and then with film, I think I have a lot of TX film. And I think TX is one of the thinnest ones. I do have desk keys too. And desk keys film compresses, which is always nice. Let's try Crytox first. Or should I do 3203? I'll leave it up to you guys. We'll do 2 switches of 1 lube and then film 1. And then see how that goes. Here's my Crytox. Here's my 3203. Here. Yes. This one's lighter. (3203) to keep that sound signature. Okay. Next mech, I'd be doing desk keys film and 3203. Okay. Ryan-san. I am rich. Hello. Mr. Andrew, hello. Oh, the build. I forgot to update the build. But it'll be over a few different streams, so I'll update it for next time. But these switches are going to be for a Hex.4B Dreamcore Edition keyboard. Excuse me. All right. I don't know what it is. I think one of these leaked. It's like got this crap on it, which I do not like. Are those blueberries? No, they are Zelio V1 Redux switches. Or Zeal PC, sorry. Zelio V1 Redux switches. Just wipe the bottom here. Okay. I don't really care about this shirt too much, so it's fine. Rich man's. At least shipping ain't bad since you close them. Yeah. Yeah. I probably could have asked if I could pick it up. Because apparently Zeal is like literally a 5 to 10 minute walk away from where I live. But I was just like, whatever. Just get him to ship it. Ooh, the palette ring, of course. Yeah, it was on sale, $1 off. Now it's $2 off, so I feel like a little sad about that. Is the music a little too quiet for you guys? Okay, I don't need to lube the legs since they look like they're factory lubed. Looks good to me. Must do the spring though. Hey guys, when you lube the springs, do you just do like a little bit of the bottom and a little bit of the top? Don't worry about the middle. Or do you like coat the whole spring? If you're not bag lubing, of course. Sorry, the build is not... I forgot to update the build command, but it's for a Hex.4B Dreamcore Edition keyboard. Also welcome, Juhu. That's the correct way to say it. Still got a slight bit of pinging. I don't know if it's from the spring or from the leaf. I think it's from the leaf. It's right at the beginning of the bump too, which is like the most prominent. Oh, okay. I mean, it's not terrible, but maybe I need to add a bit more lube. You know what? I'm just going to add lube to the legs here, because I do not like that leaf pinging sound. And I don't mind compromising a bit of tactility if it means getting rid of that sound. If it's still making that sound, I guess it's the spring, so I'll need to like lube the entire spring and see how that works. I mean, the housing seems pretty good. There's a bit of tolerance. Yeah, there's enough space for film for sure. It's still there. Oh. Why you be so difficult? We'll see how that works. Okay, if anyone's still in here, I'm just going to pause the music and maybe you guys can see what I'm talking about. I'm just going to increase the gain a bit. Oops. You guys hear that hollow pinging sound? I do not like that sound. This is a stock switch. It's definitely more scratchy, but that pinging, hollow pinging sound is still there. I think it's the leaf. Next Mech, you heard that, right? Could you hear that? Yeah, okay. Zelios V2 have the same ping. Okay. And like that's the thing is like everything else seems fine. Like the quality of the housing and the stem, totally fine. I'm gonna try putting a bit of lube on the leaf itself. See if that makes a difference. I think if it's to remove any of that kind of pinging, Crytox might actually be a slightly better option. But we'll give this a shot. So put some 3203 on the leaf itself and hope that fixes it. Even if I put a lot of it on it, it will just, any excess will just like go off to the side. So housing and stem are pretty good. I only use Zelios to take their stems and putting in other housing. I just send you a message on Instagram if you want to see. Okay. That seems like really expensive though. Are you talking about what are they called? Zygo switches? Zygo? I think I remember seeing Minterly talking about that Franken switch. Zykos, thank you. Let's see. TX60 PC, Zelios, stems, and cherry housing, and stabies. Cool. That does look really cool though, that pink stem. But what do you do with the rest of the housing? Like that's my thing with Franken switches. If there's a way to like full cycle come back and create a switch with every component, like without wasting others, then sell it on Mech Market. Zelios V2 housing are junk in my opinion. Oh wow. You guys are harsh on Zeal, huh? Burn it with fire. Oh my. Hold on. Let's say you have like a friend or a colleague or their son or daughter and they want to get into keyboards, couldn't you give them these like some of these scraps and they'll still be better than like Gateron Reds, for example? You know, or they'll probably end up getting a board with like Otemu Reds. Like, are you saying Zilios V2 housing is worse than Otemu Red, Gateron Red housing? Which literally snaps off if you like press it too hard on the switch opener. I don't know, I kind of doubt that. I feel like they could still be used for like an entry-level build or practice for a newcomer to the hobby. Yes, definitely they will be better, but when GAT Milky Yellows exist, there's just no need to use them. Yeah, I gotta say, because I lubed a bunch of Milky Yellows for my friend's son, and he loves it. He loved them. Uncool dude, I'm actually slowly gathering parts to build a Franken Switch that should be comparable to the Zykos, but at less than half the cost. Ooh, that's really cool. Obergeiman, hey, how's it going, man? Puts away his boba gums carefully under blanket. Your boba gums are safe. People like boba gums. Yeah, GAT Milky Yellows are very solid, I must say. Alright guys, here we go. Here we go. It's still there. It's still prominent. Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on. Let me put it into this macro pad here. God, this is horrible. I need to take this apart and see what the hell's going on here. I can't use this. It's way too rattly for no freaking reason. Or maybe it's because like switches need to be in every single one. That's why it rattles. Am I giving it too much credit? Oh, yeah, it stopped rattling. Okay. I still don't think it should rattle like that, regardless, but that's just me. Where's number 4? I mean, it's definitely smoother. I guess I don't notice it a ton if it's like hitting like, you know, something like the PCB or the plate. Oh, Obergeiman, you're here earlier? That's my bad. That is my bad, sir. Oh, that was a while ago. Oh, wow. That was a while ago. I'm sorry. Waves apologetic cabbage. Well, I guess we're even square now. I mean, it feels okay. Definitely less scratchy, but that's just normal when it comes to the lube switch. I don't know what to do, guys. Like, I think if if it was not, if it was a hot swap PCB, I would be more inclined to just move forward with it. You know what? Let's just do it, man. I can always just like have a desolder stream. All right, so that is a lubed with 3203. Now we'll get a TX film out. Shout out to Hippotech, my good friend. Ooh, next mech. I should probably make sure that I'm following you. I'm pretty busy these days, but I will do what I can to join that stream. Next mech. Gotcha. There. Followed. No problem, dude. Let's get one of these out. I think I remember them saying it doesn't matter which side you use. But definitely try to keep it the same side when we do build the rest of the switches. All right. Start the bottom housing. That's good. Just put the film on now. Go. Do the spring. Oops. Alright, let's see. Gotta get back to work, but I'll catch you next time. Hey, thanks for dropping by. I really appreciate it, NextMeg. Have a good rest of your work day, evening, wherever you are. The hollow ping isn't as bad on this one. Okay. I'm hearing something very strange. It doesn't happen on every key press, but every like 5 or 10, I hear like a slightly sharp ticking sound. And I don't know what the hell's going on there. It's gone now. I think almost always in general, I prefer to just film the switches. It seems like there's quite a difference between film and unfilmed. Much higher pitch sound from what I can tell. Zanyard, hey, what's up, man? Dank Takoyakeys, hello. Zanyard, how are you doing? I saw your post about you being Santa Claus. What was it again? Xanta? Yeah, that's what it was. Great, I love that. That's so great. Very interesting. I'm definitely going to be filming these switches. I don't usually notice that big of a difference between filming and unfilmed, but this one seems to be like high pitched and then the high end just like gets muted out, which I'm totally fine with the filmed version. Yep, that's what we're doing. Just add film to this one too. It is I, Dank Takoyakeys, aka Dank Cookies. Wait, Dank Cookies, that sounds familiar. Yeah, the keyboard cookie, that's right. Man, you always have such good ideas. Hey, I know for a fact you're a big fan of Squid Game. I actually didn't notice this on Instagram or anything. I usually see like the most recent keycap sets and stuff. Have you checked out JWK? What is it called? JWK Victory? Where did I find it? I think it was on Apex Keyboards. JWK Winner. Have you seen this, Zanyard? It's a pre-order, and the price is like pretty decent. Yeah, look at it. It's based off Squid Game. Yeah, and the novelties. And it's yeah, look at that. That last one looked pretty nice. Katsu the doggo. Hey, hello. I gotta give both you and Zanyard a shout out. Hold on. So go check out Zanyard if you don't know already. Best streamer in the Philippines. And Katsu the doggo. I'm sorry, I don't go to a lot of your streams. Unfortunately, the timing is always slightly off. But yeah, welcome. How's it going? I haven't updated my build command, but I just took a look at the Hex.4B or Hex.4B Dreamcore Edition keyboard. I'm going to be building that over the next few streams, so stay tuned for that. Turns this way. And I am currently trying to figure out what lube and stuff to use for that build, and these are the Zelios V1 Redux switches. I'll try to fix the stream schedule next year. Yeah, well, at least you have a schedule. I don't have a schedule. And if I want to be a respectable streamer in the community, I need a schedule at some point. But yeah, 110 Canadian. $30 for the novelties, which is pretty good. Q1 fulfillment 2022. It's not too bad. I considered it, but I just have so many keycap sets on the way. I don't have enough keyboards to fill, so I'm probably gonna pass. But I thought you'd appreciate that, Zanyard. This way. I gotta say, these Deskies films are not nice to work with at all. All right, well, it looks like that's what we're gonna go with. The 3203 with Deskies film. Not gonna lie, guys, I feel kind of tired. I think maybe I'll just tune stabilizers today instead of doing switches. Because this will take me like 4 hours for sure. Don't know if I want to do that right now. So I'll keep these switches off to the side. Obergeiman, someone should do a survey / Google forum on Reddit to find out the most common ratio of owned keyboards to keycap sets in this community. Zanyard, easy 4 hours for sure. By the way, I'm super excited for your new desk mat. Oh yeah. Oh man. I realized somebody asked me about this before. I'm really sorry if you're still here. Whoever you are who asked about the desk mats. Yeah, Taco Land is going to, I think, is going to do really well. Yeah, the prototypes, as some of you know, are already in, and it looked great. Input Universe approved. The color accuracy of the prototypes. So yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I can't wait to get my hands on them. Okay, let me just put these away. Just put these on here. Yeah, let's just tune some stabilizers. Do some holy modding. Hopefully I won't have to do anything after that. Like my last, on the Zenith that I did before, after I did the holy mod, I didn't have to do anything, which was perfect. So. Okay. Let's see, what stabilizers do I have here? Are these Everglides or Duroc? I don't know. I think Duroc always says Duroc on it. These might be Everglides. Another pair of Everglides. I got C3. I don't know if, no, this will not look good on the purple keyboard. Ah, these are Everglides for sure. Because Swagkey sells these. So I think these might be Duroc then. Huh. Uncool dude, new desk mats leaks. Oh, not leaks at all. It's already been confirmed. Let me just put Input Universe here. Yeah. So this desk mat right here is a real desk mat. This is not a render. This is Input Universe's desk, the designer of the desk mat. And this is the night colorway. It looks so nice. Sinvac, hey, hello. How's it going? Thanks for dropping by. Zanyard, are those plus signs switch stems? Is that what it symbolizes? The new religion? Does the key cover up anything good? Oh, right. Here, we have the renders here. These are renders. It's just like the entranceway to Taco Land. Your plus got stuck? Oh, I see. Yeah. Taco Land Night definitely was popular in the interest check. And then there's the Mecha, which was a late edition. It has a lot of references to Input and my childhood memories of TV shows, Japanese TV shows and animes. You know, like obviously Dragon Ball, these two cats doing the fusion pose. You have Gurren Lagann, obviously, with those sunglasses right here in the middle. You have the Ultraman off to the side. Zanyard, this is your favorite one? Okay. Well, we'll try to get you this one as your review mat. But yeah, what else? We have the day. Oh, there's no second image. Hold on. Takoland Day. These sun rays are not going to be as prominent on the actual live mat. But yeah. Yeah, there's a lot going on, but I don't know. There's something about it. Like, I feel like the desk mat culture has really been, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's really been going in the direction of like themed colors, you know, like very specific sets of colors for very specific keyboards and keycap sets, which I have, again, nothing wrong with that. But, you know, when I gave him the idea for Takoland, like, that's not really what a theme park is about, right? Theme parks have color and busyness and just so many things going on. And that's, you know, that's what it should be, you know, that sentiment should remain. And I think this came across perfectly, is portrayed perfectly through, you know, what he drew and the colors that are present. Yes, and they're all different. They're all different. So this is the night one, which I also love. Just like yeah, so you notice like in each of them, the background's different. This pond has like different things in here. The middle taco is different. You know, there's slight variations. And that's another thing. He put so much work into these desk mats. And we worked, you know, obviously he did all of the execution work. I just gave him suggestions, you know, corrected some of the Japanese and stuff like that. But yeah, it just, I don't know. We work very well together. I'm very grateful to have him as like a business partner and friend. And here's the last one, the manga. So unfortunately, we don't have a super close-up image of it that he posted, and I do have other like real photos, but I don't want to show without his permission. But the manga isn't just manga because, you know, of your typical white and black color. It actually uses a technique. God, what is the technique called? It's a specific technique that manga artists use to do like shadows and shading and that kind of stuff. It's like those dots, the smaller dots and the larger dots in the manga. And it actually incorporates that into this design. So it's not just white and black. So yeah, each one has a different element to it. And this right here, in the top right corner, that's like people screaming. It's like the Japanese character for screaming on the roller coaster. So yeah, it's we're very proud of it, and we think it's gonna do great. Yeah, that looks amazing. He picked the perfect wallpaper background to it. Of course he did. Sanyard, since they're all different too, not just recolors, it makes you want to buy them all. Exactly. And I think that's what we're going for. You know, we want each one to have a distinctive, like a character, you know, and a mood and a tone to it. So, and I don't know, there's something about I personally think these desk mats are make it versatile. You know, you can put so many different keycaps, for example, and keyboards on this because there will be a matching color somewhere. It won't be such a stark difference, you know. but like when you use certain desk mats with certain keycap sets like that just don't mesh, you don't even want to use that desk mat at all. You know what I mean? But I think with Takoland, you'll be able to use this one desk mat for so many different keycap sets. Like Botanical would look great. I think GMK Striker, the blue or the red, would look great just because it has blue accents and red accents. GMK Sarika, I think, would look great. You know, it has tiny yellow accents here. Of course, monochrome, like you can put anything together with a monochrome set. And then I think with the night colorway, yeah, look, purple, blue, navy, you got some pink and red, bit of orange, a bit of yellow, you know, like, I don't know, you can just throw so many combinations of keyboards and keycaps at it that hopefully people will use it for a lot of different builds and setups because of its versatility. Anyways, enough about that. Oh yes, sorry, one more thing. If you guys don't know, MW, Milky Way Commute, was designed, the keycap set was designed by my friend Chris over at Mex & Co, my sponsor, Mex & Co. And Input Universe designed this desk mat, which I didn't know. And it totally makes sense now why there is this cat switch picture here, because that's just his trademark, right? The sushi switch, you know, the takoyaki switch image, that kind of stuff. So I didn't actually know he designed this until a few days ago. So I picked up a set to support my friend Chris at Mex & Co, and of course I picked this desk mat up to support Input Universe. Is Commute close colorway to GMK Yuri? I don't know. Are you talking about this one? No, I don't think so. Hold on. Mex & Co. Chris. Yeah, it's a little different. Yeah, there's no like strong red color on there. I can understand what you're talking about in terms of the blue. It's like a grayish blue. But it doesn't have like a dark gray or like a darker orange colorway. And I think the inspiration for it's really cool too, is like at the end of a long day, you're like commuting back on a train and you see this really nice like skyscape with the sun setting. Especially if you're in Japan, man. The sun sets in Japan at like 4 or 5 p.m. It's insane. So whenever Japanese people, like I have Japanese friends that come to visit, if they've never been to like Canada or wherever before, they'll be like, oh my god, it's like 8 p.m. and the sun is still out. Or like, you know, it's not pitch black yet. And we're like, yeah, man, that's just the way it is. And it's a culture shock for us to go over there and it's freaking pitch black at 6. We're like, what? Where did the sun go? Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, definitely, if you're really interested in this color, I think it's a very unique colorway. I love the pastel tones to it. And of course, nowadays, I really just buy sets to support my friends, even if it doesn't fit with a keyboard or I don't have a keyboard in mind. Yeah, I try. If I have the money, I try to support them this way. All right, back to stabs. Actually, let's put these switches away. Away with you. should close this cap. There you go. Put the lube away. Okay. Palette ring away. Have to clean that later. Okay. All right. We're looking at stabs. Oh, actually, I'm gonna need the lube. I need the Crytox. That's my bad. Okay, so Everglide. We have like a pink C3 equals, but that's not gonna fit with the purple theme, so no thank you. Clip-on stabs. I need like a bag just for stabs. I feel so disorganized. That's clip-on. Is that it? Thought I had more. Huh. Alright, looks like I need more stabs soon. Durox or something. I mean, I guess I'll use the Duroc. Right, this is Duroc. I think these are Duroc. Make sure I have like the proper wire for it. Hey, Obergeiman, thanks for the hydrate. That was a weird sound. Okay, let's just grab the PCB quickly for the keyboard. Ooh, for those of you who joined a little later, I'll show you the keyboard again. Put you off to the side here. So Zanyard Katsu, if you're still here, this is the Hex.4B Dreamcore Edition, limited to 100 units. It's very lucky to get my hands on it. It's got a very nice anodization, not a fingerprint magnet, which is nice. It's very clean. So yeah, super excited to build this. Gotta just build up all the other stuff first. Okay, I need to check out my capture card after this stream. It's like the 5th time it's done that today. And it's never done that before. Okay. Oh, I see. So it looks like I can use different space bars on it. There it is. Okay, I think that's a 7U. I think. That's a tiny ass spacebar right there. What is going on there? Hold on. It's the Hex.4B spacebar. Options. Geek Hack. That's the website that I couldn't figure out before. Oh, man. Space. Okay, well, either way, we can use... I think we'll just use this one. So we're good there. That's the one from this one. Yeah. Cool. And then we need your typical shift, enter. So we need 2, 4, 6, 8 housings. Right. Don't think I need this right now. You right now, don't need you. I always have just like one pair of leftover stabs. Oh yeah, another one right here. And another one right here. Okay. I think I had a band-aid in here somewhere too. God. It's like half of this stream is me digging through my frickin' parts and tools. This band-aid. I have one that's already cut though. Somewhere in here. There it is. that should be enough. Definitely need to get another few containers for these different things I have. Wow, those are some big ass washers. I have no idea what that's from. Okay. All right. Here's scissors. X-Acto knife. Good holy mod fun times ahead. Too wide. Should be good enough. Still too wide. God damn it. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Oh, dang Takoyakeys. I attempted to pull out my first switch up here. And it took me so long to do it. It also took me a long time to put it back together. Yeah, I mean, when your first switch, oh, like your first switch ever. Yeah, it can be like a little intimidating at first, but you'll get the hang of it. Oh, I gotta hydrate. Himorimi, thank you so much for the hydrate. Yes, pop the switch cherry. Pop the cherry switch. Huh? Okay, there's something wrong with this. I think I need to... It's not long enough, this band-aid. I think I messed something up here. I think that's what I... Oh, yeah. That's what I had to do. I had to cut it lengthwise. And then cut that in half. I think. No, that's weird. It should have been long enough to wrap around the end. I'm gonna try again. Every time I do the holy mod, I feel like I'm doing that for the first time. It's very frustrating. I also bought the mystery switch boxes from Novel Keys, but I'll save those until I get better. Mystery switch boxes? What is that? Was that a part of the, like the Black Friday sale or something? Okay. Uncool dude. Takoyakeys, I mentioned that earlier. Oh, my bad. I missed that. I got some too. 1650 for 110 switches. What? Obergeiman, Takoyakeys hath not heard about all the kerfuffle with Novel Keys mystery switches. I haven't actually. Kerfuffle? Like, kerfuffle makes it sound bad. Was there something bad? Was there like a mix-up? Wait, how could there be a mix-up if it's a mystery switch bundle? It's like an intentional mix-up, I guess. I ordered 90 mystery switches and got Hako Royal Clears. Ooh, I heard about those. Those are insanely tactile. I think I have it on a switch tester that I borrowed from my friend that I haven't given back to. I haven't given it back to them. Hey, Asa-jan. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Mystery switch. 70, 90, 110 per box. Limited stock. Choose your account and receive a random MX style switch at a discounted price of 15 cents per switch. No returns accepted. If you order multiple, you may end up with multiple of the same item. Very interesting. That's freaking cheap, bro. Holy crap. Not exactly bad, but quite a number of people did not read the small print or the full details of the sale. I don't understand. What is there to be confused about? Random MX style Switch at a discounted price. I've heard someone is trying to keep track of what people are getting. I mean, Huckle Royals for 15 cents sounds pretty damn good. The disclaimer that I just read. So people didn't read the disclaimer? I don't understand. What do they expect? A Switch of their choosing? But you can't pick a Switch of your choosing. I'm confused. I don't understand how this can be confusing. But, you know, as a vendor myself, I'm not surprised though. Because people didn't read the fine print for my desk mat, the Matsuzuka. And man, did I get a ton of people just like, oh, you promised this time. I'm like, it wasn't a promise. It was like a projected timeline that, yes, like, I apologize that it's not as I thought. Like, I'm waiting too. I'm waiting just like you. It's being manufactured, or if it's not being manufactured, it's being shipped here. Like, I can't influence any of those factors. But people, you know, but because I'm the front facing individual of the company, like, I would take all of these hits from people just like calling me a disappointment, and just being like super passive aggressive about not getting things. So yeah, not surprised. People don't read things is all. But here's the thing, it's like, what are you expecting? You know what I mean? There's so little to mislead yourself on. Wow. Oh, Boots Rice, sorry. You have returned. Welcome back. You bought one of the extras? Yes. And thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate that. You do get some similar items. Not disappointed, though. Man, the rage people project in this hobby is just plain sad. Yeah. Yeah. In the case of being called a disappointment, it was a kid that was too young to buy the desk mat on his own because he didn't have a credit card. So he asked his dad to buy it for him. And I guess his dad was like, what the hell? Why isn't my kid getting this desk mat? Some like random guy trying to take advantage of a little kid buying a desk mat. Like, how am I supposed to know that? And then he was just like projecting rage at me. And like, he ordered local pickup, which I'm not doing anymore. It's just way too much work. But he's like, when is my desk mat shipping? I'm like, you ordered local pickup. Like, you don't even know the order that you placed. Like, I know it's months ago, but if you're gonna send me a super aggressive email and call me a disappointment, like, you'd expect that person to do a little bit of research on the order that they placed. So yeah, anyways, not surprised, I guess. I'm a little surprised, but I'm not super surprised, I guess. I don't know what people are mad about, though. Yeah, wouldn't that be funny? It's just like 90 switches and each one is like different. Oh my god. I think if that happened, then I understand if people got mad. It's like, I thought it was one mystery switch of a group of 70 or 90 or 100, but you gave me like all this random shit. Like, okay, yeah, I would understand if people are upset about that. That would be a great key switch tester, though. Only if, and I actually agree, because a lot of key tester switches are like, it's bullshit. It's just filler. So they would have like Cherry MX Red, and then they would have another Cherry MX Red LED or some shit, and they'd have another one of like a slightly different variation. And it's like that, those two could have easily been replaced by another Switch. Easily. I'd love it because it would allow me to test all different Switches. Yeah, I think that'd be a great idea. But only if they properly label the Switch. But the amount of work that is required to do that, that might be a little... That would take a while. Obergeiman, actually, according to strict English grammar, that is exactly what the ad says. Hold on. Choose your account and receive a random MX style Switch at a discounted price of 15 cents per Switch. If you order multiple, you may end up with multiple of the same item. I guess I can understand where you're coming from. If I was just to read this, receive a random. They should have said like a bundle of MX style Switches. A bundle of 70, 90, or 110 of a mystery Switch. That's what they should have said. But this one right here, if you order multiple, you may end up with multiple of the same item. That to me indicates like if I ordered two 70s, then I'll get the same pack of 70. So that to me would kind of clarify some of the confusion from the first sentence. But you're right, it's not perfectly clear. Like I'm just going to quickly plug my own website. So I try really, really hard to be transparent and descriptive of my own products. You know, so I'll have this section here, the specs here, the vendors, disclaimer, timeline, updates, cancellations, treatment, story. Like I'll be very descriptive, and I even like struggle for half an hour, maybe even an hour of like, okay, people are way less likely to read this at the bottom, so I need to put the most important info at the top. And I'll like consider a lot of things on a product page. Partly because of my knowledge in e-commerce. My day job is in e-commerce, and I work with, you know, a website quite often. So, yeah, personally, I think they could have been a little more descriptive on this. That being said, yeah, I don't know. We know English. They could have called the sale random shit we swept off the warehouse floor. So is it the same switches in one box, or they can be different switches? Apparently it can be random switches instead of just one switch. Okay, hold on. Okay, that would be a problem, because if... Sorry, I think my gain is too high. I think that would be a huge problem, because obviously, yeah, you're taking a gamble on what you're getting, so long as it's 70, 90, or 110 of the one type of switch. But if some people are getting one type of switch in a bundle of 70, 90, or 110, or yeah, 110, and other people are getting 70, 90, 110 of more than one type of switch, then I can understand if people are upset. But I doubt that. Some people ordered 220, received 220 of the same kind of switch. Yeah. So you, instead of adding that, I don't know, that to me is a little, that kind of sucks. Because you'd have to have a separate order if you want a different mystery pack of 110 switches. Let's say you want to get 3. You have to place 3 different orders to make sure you get 3 different types of switches. So you have to pay for shipping on each of those orders just to get the 3 different type. That, to me, that doesn't make any sense at all. I feel like they could have made so much more money if they just insured the same order that ordered the same bundle of switches, or any number of these, got a different type of switch. Like, that's obviously what the expectation would be. But nobody's going to order you know, like, I can understand if people are upset about that, actually. If I ordered two 70 count switches and I'm like, I'm going to use this in a 60% board that I have and another in a 60% board that I have, and I get like 2 sets of Gateron milky yellows or blacks or reds, then yeah, I'd be kind of peeved about that. Only one way to find out. Let's all pull the trigger on it and find out. This is what I got from Mystery Switches box. 2 Gateron ink blue switches. Oh, that's pretty good quality. 1 Gateron red switches. 1 Gateron blue switches. 1 Gateron silent clear switches. Oh my lord. All Gateron. No kale, no cherry. I guess we don't sell like Otemu. That's like low quality. That's kind of unusual. Overguyman, yes, exactly. That's how we can get different switch packs by placing multiple orders. Yeah. It's like, if you're a customer, like if I was Novel Keys for 1 second, I would be like, okay, customers are probably going to want to buy more than one of these, right? So it shouldn't make sense for us to just give them the same switch. Like, it's called a mystery switch pack for a reason. So, yeah, I think that's unfortunate. I think they could have done a little bit better and prevented confusion on the description. I don't think if you order multiple, you may end up with multiple of the same item. Honestly, that to me, I don't like that. I would not like seeing that as a customer, because the whole point of me getting 70 and 90 and 110 or 210s is I want them both to be different. That's the whole, like, the beauty of a mystery pack. It's not a mystery if you get... Imagine somebody got 5 70s and they all got one type of switch. I would be so pissed if that happened. Someone in Reddit did. No. See, to me, like, as a customer, when I read this for the first time, if you order multiple, you may end up with multiple of the same item. That to me is like, okay, I am going to get the same item. That's how I interpreted that. Partly because I'm a bit of a cynical person. I always assume the worst. Or I keep my expectations low. But yeah, that's really unfortunate. That sucks. That really sucks. I can understand now why people are upset about it. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave this up because I'm just cutting band-aids. Unless this makes you angry, looking at this product page. Yeah, that is very unfortunate. Now I understand some of the outrage. Okay, cut this in half. Ooh. That was not half. I just messed up one strip. Damn it. Link, that's a red flag. Okay, let's read this. Hold on. Where's this? Okay. Tell me about your Novel Keys mystery switches. I ordered 4 packs of the 70 switches and got box navies for all 4 packs. Dang, that sucks. To be fair, they did warn you of that potentially happening on the list. Yes, but for that to happen 4 times, right? That to me is not a coincidence at all. That's not a coincidence at all. Because what? It's a 50-50 chance of you getting the same pack, right? Or a different one. How many switches are out there? There's tons of different switches out there. Okay, so that's a coin flip. For 2 coin flips to be the same side, right? Each time you do that, it's exponentially harder to like end up with the same result. So for that to happen 4 times is ridiculous. That's not a coincidence by any means. That's like, you know what? That's like, what's 7 times 4? 280. That's like ordering. That's like seeing 70 switches and times 4, multiplying 70 times 4. It's like, oh, it's 280, and then just grabbing 280, and then just throwing it in your order. Like that's literally what I think happened. You basically have to try and remember all the switches they offered on the website before they redid it. Man, I got 7 bags of 110 box clicky switches. They also forgot to put the lube I ordered in the box, so that was a fun time. Oh, NK customer support is top tier. I got navy and pink. I heard pink is really nice. I also got some yellow inks, but those are linear. Navy are divisive, blah, blah, blah. 3 sets of 70 mystery switches received. Speed navies, Kale Pro light greens, and Kale black. Huh. Okay, so at least this person ordered 3 different. That's weird. You know what? You know what I think is a possibility, guys? Is upon fulfillment, whoever was fulfilling the order, there must have been multiple people fulfilling these orders. Obviously, it's not going to be one person, right? I don't think everybody got the memo. I think one person was like, yes, it has to be different switches, right? If you see one order, you see it's one slip, right? A shipping manifest. And it shows that you got 3, let's say, of the 70 mystery packs. That person who got the memo is going to be like, I'm going to make sure this person gets 3 different switches times 70. And I think a few people, or at least another person, did not get the memo and just went, yep, it's a mystery switch. They don't know what switch they're going to get. I'm going to pick a random switch, and then how many ever they order, I'm just going to like give them all of that quantity. Conspiracy time. Well, to be fair, I've worked in a few industries. I've worked in digital e-commerce. I work in physical products. So I've seen different logistical issues pop up. So based on that experience, I don't think it's like completely conspiracy, but I think I can make very like educated assumptions. B-Boy Gent, I'm kind of tempted to buy some to see how my luck holds, because I feel like switches here are sort of like ones you wouldn't normally buy if you had the choice to. So in some way, I feel like it might be nice to have it at a cheaper price and then give it a shot. Maybe Frank can switch it up. Dank Takoyakeys, you could be right. I mean, I get 2 of the same and the rest of the different, although they are Gatorons. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it is pretty cheap, man. Like $13.50 for 90 like box navies. That's pretty freaking good, man. It's pretty good. I'd still be upset or like bummed out. Let's call it bummed out. I'd be bummed out if I ordered 3 and I got 3 of like 70 and I got 210 box navies. You know what I mean? Why not resell them and buy some more? That's true. That's true. There's nothing wrong with the switches. They can't sell defunct switches. So like if a hobby of yours is like you build keyboards and sell it on like Facebook Marketplace, charge them the full price for the switches. Like, yeah, this is the retail price for the switches. I mean, why not, man? Got to make money somehow. Pack of 110 got box pinks. Yeah, I heard good things about box pinks. Kangaroos. I don't know what kangaroos are, but I guess they're expensive. Sherbet and blueberry. Hey, those are like kind of expensive ones. Wow. Royal Huckle Trues. Gatoron Ink Yellows, Kangaroo Inks. Second order of 2, box navies, box pinks. Okay. So it looks like for the most part, people are receiving a different sets of switches. Yeah, because I checked the Gatoron Blue ink switches. They are around 40-60 bucks for 110. Yeah. That's a huge discount. That's like, if it's, let's say it's 50 bucks for 110. That's like 70% off. That's ridiculous. I'm actually kind of tempted now. I'm actually really tempted now. Oh, yeah. I'm never going to get this holy mod done by the end of the day. It's you know what? It's very cheap. It's very cheap, man. Keep calm. I know. I have a lot of switches. But that's the thing. I paid a lot for those switches. But if I can get a stockpile of switches, like if I want to be, if I'm like, if I was a IG photographer kind of person, I would buy a bunch of these, put them in jars, and make it look like I'm a baller. Look at all the switches you have. You know, the people that have it in jars and stuff. I'm like, damn, those are expensive. But from now on, I'm going to be like, they must have bought the mystery switch pack. Like, there's no way they're spending that much money. Don't let out the secrets, yeah. Buy 5, use them for your next build. Yeah. To be fair though, like I don't post as much as other people do. I probably should post a little more often if I want to maximize like my merchandising like opportunities and sales and stuff. But I just post when I feel like posting. I don't know. I feel like the more pressure I put on myself to like, you know, think about the algorithm and like you should be posting once a day if you want to grow your account. Like, it's totally fair. I totally understand that sentiment. But I started out in this as a hobby. You know, I don't want it to feel like work. Although to some extent it's really approaching that territory, right? If I want to merchandise and sell like products. Yeah. Anyways. Thanks for sharing that stuff. I don't know who initially shared it, but that was really entertaining. Always down to just have like conversations. Even if I don't get this done, guys, by the time I kind of want to go to sleep or end the stream, what matters is just these convos with you guys. It's what I always look forward to when I stream. At least 1 or 2 people that are like, you know, and all, I've been very blessed to have at least like 1 or 2 people in my streams to like just drive conversations and talk about stuff, and I really appreciate that. You know, because I know it's very easy to get distracted if you're on Twitch because there's lots of other people to like you know, watch and stuff like that. So yeah, I appreciate it when people like come to my stream and hang out for long periods of time. Oh, that was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And I think I was able to do this fairly easily because the Band-Aid strip was like pretty long. So it's easier to like push it through to the other side. So maybe that's what I'll do moving forward. Like just cut one side longer and just scrap the other little piece so that it's easier to just... We're done. We did one, guys. We did one. We got one done. There you go. How long did this take? We've been live for almost 3 hours. Shit. Oh man, I need some water. Maybe I will a couple more when I get paid and I'll send you 2 bags. No. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I really appreciate the sentiment, but just pay for that Netflix, Disney Plus with that extra money. You know what I mean? I just appreciate you being here and just hanging out. Oh, dang takoyakis. Thank you for the hydrate. All right, guys. Let's focus. Unless you guys got some other interesting things to talk about. No, I'm just kidding. Gotta get this shit done. All right. Let's just cut one side longer. It's good. Toss that strip. This is a technique I still remember though. This backing is so annoying, but if I just cut the backing a bit with the X-Acto knife, it's easy to peel off. Honestly, that step alone, optimizing that step alone, probably saves an aggregate of like 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I remember trying to peel off a backing off of one of these strips for like 20 minutes once. Like, yeah, I was interacting with chat too, so that's probably my bad, but it can be very frustrating. Dang Takoyakis, I wonder how Gateron Ink blue switches sound like. God, it did it again. I don't understand why it's doing that. Please don't crash on me though. Gateron Ink blue switches. I don't know. Ink blue? Assuming that's clicky? Is it a clicky switch? That'd be my assumption, but I don't know. I have no idea. Ink blues are the same as blacks, just blue. What? It's just aesthetics? It's like a recolor? That's kind of strange. Like, why blue? Like, that's very easy to confuse in the community, right? Blues are generally clicky. At least I'd be confused. Oh yeah. Yeah, having like a longer strip of Band-Aid is clutch. Big time. Very helpful, very useful. See? Number 2's done. Just like that. That was much faster than the first one. Nice and clean, flat. Where are my done ones? Put it here. Rip Imagine recolors. We never see that. They have 60 gram operating force. 60 is still light for me. Any linear that has like sub 70 is light for me. Yeah, I just can't do 40, 50, even 60 grams. Like this 62 gram Zelios V1 Redux switch feels pretty light, yet it's considered a medium tactile, I believe. I don't know about that, guys. I do have very heavy fingers though, so. I guess that just means I'm not dexterous at all. Yeah, I'm not a dexterous person. It's probably why I'm so heavy fingered. My bad, the ink blues are clickies. I guess just the yellows, reds, and blacks are the same linear. Ah, I see. Thanks for checking. Time to annoy my coworkers with them. I wonder how, like, I wonder what the structure of the clicky Gateron blues are. I'm assuming, I guess, click jacket. But like what is it like compared to, you don't really see like clicky switch reviews, which honestly to me are, it might even be more interesting than like linear switch reviews. Like linear switch reviews I think are totally fine, but I think linears are very popular, and that's why there's so many of them, which was also why it's really hard to come to consensus on which is the best linear switch out there. Not to mention the fact that it's like basically all preference, but like the technology used on a box clicky switch versus a click jacket on a Cherry MX Blue, like that comparison to me is more fascinating. And then to see what the sound profile is at the end of the day, I think, I don't know, that to me is interesting. But I do not hate on linears. It might sound like I'm hating on linears. I'm not hating. As a matter of fact, I have creamsicles on my Geonworks Frog keyboard. And I do like them a lot. They sound great. They do sound great. I gotta say, linears sound very nice when like properly lubed and stuff. What's going on? Why is it doing that? Oh, guys. I don't know, for some reason, one day I realized there was a game that I played way back in the day in like 1990, I don't know, 5 or 6, maybe 7. And it was such a difficult game that I couldn't finish it. But I remember like it was really cool looking game. It looked like a lot of fun. But I was just too young to like understand and use my brain. For some of the older people out there, the game is called Ultima. I think it's, I don't know which number it is in the Ultima series. I think the last Ultima was Ultima 9 and it was like really bad. But it came out in 1992. It's called The Stygian Abyss. And guys, it was actually ahead of its time. I didn't know this until like I looked it up. Ultima Underworld, The Stygian Abyss. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Dang Takoyakeys. Look at this. Look at this game, guys. That's a really tiny image. But yeah, look at that. Really, guys? What is up with these tiny images that don't expand? What is wrong with you guys? Please. Got Wolfenstein and Doom vibes? Yes. But the crazy thing about this game is it came out before Wolfenstein, and Wolfenstein was considered way ahead of its time. Like an auto-filling map, the ability to look up and down. Dialogue, like factions and exploration, a rune-based magic system where you can like pick up different rune tiles and then use a different combination of them to cast certain spells like levitation, water walking, and of course like attack magic spells. Yeah, it turned out the game that I got as a kid and loaded into my Windows 95 computer was like one of the all-time great games back in the day, like super ahead of its time. Anyways, I was watching a playthrough of it because I don't have the game, and there's this guy who played through the entire game, and it was like a total of 15 hours or something, but I just like had it in the background as I was working. It was really cool. Dank Takoyakeys, I'll be tuning out for the night. I was talking to you all and coming out with conspiracy with novel key mystery switches. Nice talk. Yeah, it was nice talking too, man. Have a good night. Uncool dude, I'm primary linear gang only because when I use a tactile, I want that smack you in the face tactility. Yeah. I think I know what you mean by that. I spent the last 4 hours working on my Minecraft server to get it updated for our Season 4 launch tomorrow. Oh. That's really cool. So not only are you a player, you're like a server maintenance mod person. That must be a lot of work. That's really cool. You maintain a server. Like, how do you maintain a server? Like, how do you set it up? How do you ensure that it's running smoothly? Like, I don't understand the full scope of what you do, and I'm very interested to hear what you do. That over here. I don't want to cut myself. I had like a fleeting like thought of like, oh my god, what if I like injure myself on stream and like there's blood everywhere? It's like abruptly end the stream. God, did I just jinx myself? I saw this t-shirt today, it gave me a tickle. Oh, dude, that's hilarious. Jurassic Trail. You died of dysentery and velociraptors. Man, I never finished that game, but I remember having a lot of fun playing it as like, I think I was in like grade 3. Uncool dude, yeah, I've run a Minecraft multiplayer server for almost 8 years now. That's sick, man. I'm assuming like people pay into the server. I know there's free servers, but I'm assuming like people pay for your server. Because like if people pay for it, right, that's like pay for the labor and maintenance costs and stuff. Probably makes the most sense to do it that way. I mean, I hope you do get paid for it. That's dedication. It should be compensated. Sorry. Cut off a bit of excess, which is fine. Don't know where that went. Okay. I think I'll have to use the stabilizer tester pad again this time. Because I can't really put it on the PCB to test it out. Unless I solder a switch in, which I don't feel like doing today. How many I have left? 3? No. 4. Okay, we're halfway through, guys. Halfway through. Uncool dude, no, I front the cost myself. It doesn't cost me a lot. My contacts from IT days got me pretty smoking deal. I pay way less than anything you'll rent from a gaming site. Ooh. That's awesome, man. That's really nice of you. It really is about the connections, isn't it? Like, that's what I found in the professional industry. Is like, yeah, they talk about like having like the right experience and the resume, but let's admit it. It's like references with people that they know internally. Yeah, which is fine, I think. Which is why networking to some extent is important. But as an introverted guy, like, man, that the prospect of having to do that to get a job was obviously daunting. Not a very comfortable feeling. I think. Which way? This way's fine. I also have full SSH access to the machine as well. Sorry, I don't know what SSH access is, but assuming that is very good for you, beneficial for you. I was in IT for 20 years. I know a few people. Damn. 20 years. That's dedication. You say you were in IT. So I guess you retired, or now you're in a different industry? Yeah, you don't have to say anything if you don't feel like it. That's really cool, man. Obviously a very, very in-demand profession / job. It's a very future-proof job, for sure. In fact, I still remember when I met the OpenBSD team in Calgary. Yo, I'm from Calgary. I was born there. I left IT because it was killing my health. Can't fly a chair for 12 hours a day or more without it causing issues. Oh no. I hope you have a nice chair now, though. Everybody has the air on. I myself have a steel case chair. It's not the best one, but it's a massive improvement over the IKEA one that I had before. You use a standing desk. I use a standing desk too. Now that I think about it, I haven't used it that much. I haven't used it much recently. Those didn't exist back in the day. Honestly, I would stand right now, but I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna end up. It's probably gonna be a little too close to the camera, the desk. And then I have to adjust this yeah, never mind. Never mind. I might actually take like a quick 3-minute break. I have to go to the washroom. I'll go to the washroom after I finish these 3. Got 3 left. Yeah, standing desks are like a fairly recent thing, aren't they? Now that I think about it. I probably should use it a little more often than I do. Like when I first got this standing desk, I was using it all the time. I was probably standing like way more than I probably need to or should. But yeah, I haven't used it much in like the last month or 2. I don't know. Maybe I should set like a reminder on my phone. You should stand, bro. Okay, that's good. Fun fact. I took my schooling to become a mechanic at SAIT. I'm also a Red Seal automotive technician. Did that for 12 years before I went into IT. Man, that's amazing. Much respect. So you're like a top tier pro in 2 completely different industries and fields. That is awesome. Much respect to you, sir. That's awesome, man. Sitting. Yeah, sitting. Standing is good. Sitting is bad. Sitting is the new smoking. This old rabbit also uses a standing desk. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think especially now with like work from home now has become like a norm. I know some companies wanted to like go back to like how things used to be, but I don't think things will ever go back to how it used to be. You know, like some companies, like I was in one company that was playing around with the idea of like having a certain number of days work from home days because the team is completely capable of doing everything off of VPN online. All the programs are used through like a cloud network. But the office culture, like the executives weren't really okay with it. And then COVID hit. It's like, oh yeah, we can do that. And everybody was, and now that company, I'm not going to name the company, is like completely, they are switching to an office, a smaller office. They're completely remote now. It's like, so the capability was always there. But, yeah, it was just like a cultural shift and unwillingness to allow people to work from home. Of course, it doesn't work for everybody. It's not for everybody, but I definitely love working from home. And I'm glad I have that capability full time. Uncool dude, another fun fact. I've also lived in every province in Canada. Dude, change your freaking username. You're not uncool dude. You're not uncool dude. You're a very cool guy. That's so amazing. Lived in every province in Canada. Managers like to be able to put a finger on you so they can make sure you're working. Yeah, but we all know they have those like apps, those management apps and stuff like that. Did you hear about it was like all over LinkedIn, but I think it made it into social media too in general, like Instagram. But there's like a CEO of a company who apparently through like productivity tracking apps found out that a bunch of people were only working like 2 hours a day but clocking in for 8 hours, and then he like immediately fired them in a meeting, and then that like whole concept became viral. And I'm like, my first thought was like, this is gonna push employers to like use tracking apps and stuff like that for sure. And then it turns out he ended up just like getting canceled because apparently he was a huge ass to everybody. And like my first question when I first saw that, I'm like, you fired like hundreds of people right away? Like, these are people that you trained. These are people that you hired, you brought on board, you onboarded, you trained. Like, they know how to do their job. They're lazy. They should be punished for it. Should they lose their job over it with no warning? Think of all the like additional retraining you have to do. Find new resources to hire and retrain. That's another cost that you're going to have to consider. Like, wouldn't it have been better if you like kind of not punish them, if you like gave them like a strike or something, right? What is it called? Like a formal, like a reprimand, like reprimand them. And then like if their behavior doesn't improve, then fire them. You know what I mean? Like, give them an opportunity to like make up for it. You know, hopefully they apologize. They should, because that does suck. But yeah, I think it was just like way too extreme. Anyways, it's a pretty interesting story. Obergeiman, exactly. I was in a Chinaman company that operated precisely like that, and it and was most likely proud of it. Yeah. Yeah, micromanagement, some people like really are proud of that. Like some people like to micromanage because they have like insecurities, you know, or they don't have trust. They lack trust in their team and their employees, you know what I mean? You know, and sometimes maybe like that fear or that trust is justified. Maybe it's not justified, you know. If your managers have their bosses that are breathing down their backs, I guess I could understand why they would act that way. Not saying if it's right or wrong. I guess I could understand why people would behave that way, but doesn't mean it's the right way or the best way. But yeah. All right, one more. See, that wasn't so bad. Making pretty decent time. Come on, please. There you go. Uncool dude. I have tons of stories from Calgary and all the TV shows, movies. I watched Made and the actors I met. I rebuilt the carb on Michael Ironside's 69 GTO Judge he used for never seen TV series called Denver PI that they shot in Banff. What? Denver PI? Yo. That's awesome. I am somebody who appreciates cars, but I am definitely not the most knowledgeable. I used to drive a Fiesta ST. It was my first manual car. I sold it. I traded it in for a humble Mazda 3 hatchback so that my girlfriend can drive it also. But while I had it, I did enjoy driving it. I had a lot of fun. It's a great little car. Yeah, and I did get it because I wanted to learn how to drive stick. I feel like everybody should know at least how to drive stick. Especially because like when you travel to different countries, you might not have the option to drive an automatic car. You know, like in England, I know all the automatics were taken. My dad was like, good thing I know how to drive a stick shift. He was a little rusty, but he got used to it. And then there was the, I had like some friends that went to Iceland, sorry. And their trailer or RV that they rented, they only came in manual. So... yeah, I think it's just useful to know how to drive that stick shift. Yeah, one of the guys I worked with at the dealership had a brother that was a Hollywood producer, and he called us on a Friday night to help Michael out. Sorry, I think the music's a bit loud here. Called us on a Friday night to help Michael out. He was a very cool dude. He's one of my favorite movie bad guys. Man, that's really cool. So not only did you work on cars, you worked on cars for famous people. Uncool dude, my ass. Get out of here. That's amazing. I think, wait, weren't you the guy that said you're not PC and you'd be more than happy to share some candied bacon with me? Wasn't that you? I would totally have some like whiskey and candied bacon with you, dude. All right, I don't think I need the scissors anymore. Okay, so next is the wires. You drove Lanny McDonald around when he was looking at real estate after he retired from hockey. Oh, sick. My dad had a photo with Lanny McDonald. I think he drove the Flames. He used to be a tour guide. He used to own his own bus, like tour guide and tour company and bus company. And I think he like drove the Flames around once. But yeah. All right, I gotta go to the washroom. I'm gonna wash my hands quickly, and then we'll finish tuning these stabs when I come back. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I'm back. 3-hour stab tuning stream. Hey, we did manage to figure out how we want to lube the switches, so I think knowing what we want when we want to lube the switches on a separate day, I think that is a big win in my eyes. And we had some entertaining, conversations. It's all good. Back on movies again. They shot the latest Predator movie near Calgary, right? I did not know that, but I do know a lot of people come up to Alberta, of course Vancouver, to film. I was gonna say to stream. Why would they come up here to stream? Okay, what do I need? Just Crytox, I think. I think that's all I need. Okay. I guess I'll just start with the housing. I'm gonna use the lube palette, use the other side. I think it's fine. Just get rid of some of the lube on this brush. Yeah. Okay, let's put some Krytox on here. So many movies have been shot in Calgary. The last one I saw was Exit Wounds with Steven Seagal and DMX. Oh, that one. The Golden Gate Bridge. I remember that scene. That's what it's called, right? The Golden Gate Bridge? The one near Chinatown? I do remember that one. I heard Steven Seagal's like not a nice guy. Don't know about DMX, but rest in peace, DMX. Heard a lot of. I listened to a lot of his music back in like high school. Oh, I might need more lube on this palette thing. Okay. Met both of them. RIP at DMX. Yeah, really sad about that. He's so young too. Just like Bernie Mac too. Like when Bernie Mac passed away, I was like, what? Prince, obviously Prince. Like, yeah, it's always sad when like somebody passes away too young. Seagal has gone full douchebag. Ooh. So like he used to be nice, and then maybe something happened in his life, and he just like stopped caring. I don't know. Either way, that sucks. Oh, you know what's funny? When Netflix still had its rating system before it was ruined by a certain somebody, it was, I remember Steven Seagal, tons of Steven Seagal movies were being recommended to me because like I used to watch a ton of action movies. And I still remember this movie that I never watched it. I like out of spite because it was recommended to me and it looked like such a shit movie. It was called like Today You Die by Steven Seagal, or with Steven Seagal in it. Like what an awful name for a movie. And like the thumbnail they used and everything was just so bad. I'm like, I'm never watching this movie. Stop recommending it to me. Anyways. Secret fact, Schwarzenegger used to hide out at the Austrian embassy in Calgary so you could go skiing at Sunshine and Fortress. I ran into him on the hill once in downtown at the Calgary Tower. That's awesome. Arnie. Good old Arnie. Seagal was releasing a movie a month there for a while. All complete shit. Ah, so that's why. There was a contract. I'm like, I am not watching this. I know this is bad. I know it's bad just from the thumbnail and the title of the frickin' movie. And of course, with the rating system, we reliably knew that it was horrible. Nowadays, it's so hard to tell what movie you're watching is bad or not. You know, like, no, we do. You obviously do know you have to watch it. But the fact that we have to, like, watch it for a certain amount of time, it's like the same reason why YouTube removed its dislikes. so stupid. It's like the one way that people can communicate that something is awful, and they take it away. Yeah. Anyways, don't want to get too deep into that conversation. What is wrong with my capture card? I know it's like a cheap $20 one, but it's never done this before. I've watched more crap movies than I'll readily admit. I think we all have. It's just like, you know, you're eating dinner, you want to just watch something, you don't know what to watch, you just pop something on. What's a recent one that was bad? Lost in Space. It seemed to like be pretty. I really love space like movies. Space TV shows are always iffy, but I was like, let's just. I saw it so many times and like suggested, so I gave it a shot. I did not like it. Like, I know sometimes it's not healthy to over criticize and over analyze movies and shows, but like I just can't help it. But it was pretty bad. I didn't need to over analyze much. And like 30 minutes, we couldn't even last the whole episode. We're like, no, this is terrible. Perhaps the cable connection. Yeah, I like disconnected it, reconnected it. Yeah, it's possible. I'll take a look after the stream. Or, you know, if it just completely disconnects, I'll obviously have to do it right away, but it's not happening like that frequently. So I think I'll give it a pass for another like hour or two. Is it a USB unit? Yeah, it's connected to HDMI to the capture card, and then it's USB-A connection into the back of my PC. But like the weird thing is it's never done this before. Never. And it's done it like 8 times now, this stream. It's weird. I had a cheap USB capture device and it just overheated all the time after 10 minutes and shut off. So went to Best Buy after 30 minutes, got the Elgato unit, never looked back. Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, like, I've had this $20 something dollar one since August. So it's done a pretty good job, I would say. And the Elgato unit is like, the price is just so much higher. And I don't need 4K 60 frames per second, you know what I mean? So like, I could totally understand from a reliability standpoint. But I just felt like for the most part, like the function of the product is fairly, like it's not that technical. Like it just passes data through, right? It shouldn't be that difficult from a design perspective, like how it's supposed to work from a functional perspective. And there's a lot of like good, like it was like 4.5 or something stars. So I'm like, how bad can it be? If it's that bad, it's just like $20 loss. I learned my lesson. I'll buy like a higher quality unit. But there's like no in between. It's like $20 cheapo ones or like $110. I don't know. Why is there no middle ground? Why is there no like $50 unit that's like super reliable but isn't 4K 60 frames per second, you know? Like, it's very strange to me. It's like all or nothing. Regaiman, one of my favorite quotes on bad films, from Catcher in the Rye again. Ah, yes. After the Christmas thing was over, the goddamn picture started. It was so putrid, I couldn't take my eyes off of it. I see. That's awesome. That's like perfect. That perfectly explains why people watch shit films on Netflix and they just can't they can't stop. Yeah, some shows that are so bad that they're good. There's like some games like that too. All right. Probably took a little longer than I should have, but whatever. Man, this, I keep saying it every time. This palette ring thing is genius. Freaking genius. Oh, shout out to my friends, Key Bros, here in Vancouver. Gave me this, what do you call it? Stem holder. Oh, I should probably do my obligatory shout out to my sponsors. Is my sponsors thing working? Please work. Yeah, it's working. So Mexico, vendor in the US, now also very good friends of mine. They send me products from time to time. They are my sponsor. No affiliate links or anything yet, but maybe in the future. Calamity Cables. In Washington State, actually, just right below us, here in Vancouver. Makes very good, high-quality cables. Code TACO will give you 10% off your order. Definitely check him out. KeyBmat is another one. You get 12% off of your order if you do code TACO at checkout. This is a KeyBmat right here. It's just like a mat the size of your keyboard. And it's perfect because I like having my keyboard up high. Because for my day job, I need my notebook like right here. But if my keyboard was down here, sometimes I use a wrist rest. There's no space for it. And like, I don't want it hanging off the edge of the desk mat. So the KeyBmat, I don't know. I use it every day. It's very affordable. I think now they're selling like a felt version of the product. So that's very cool. And then Cat Coil. If you are in the EU, she's in France. Small business owner, just like Calamity Cable, KeyBmat, and myself. Makes really good quality cables in France. And her store slowly expanding, has like, she has switches now, cable accessories. She had like a keyboard sleeve group buy at one point, so always trying out new stuff. Always looking for new things to sell. I respect that. So definitely check out Cat Coil. Code TACO for 10% off at catcoil.com. I'm very grateful for all of their support. Okay. That's one. Uncool dude, don't remind me if Mikey's already gotten a lot of my money. Wait, where are you located now? Are you in the States? Or do you just order from him a lot to Canada? Yeah, Obergeiman, I totally forgot to fix the links. That's my bad. That is totally my bad. I don't know what's going on though. It's so weird. Because in my stream elements commands, it looks perfectly fine. I might just have to like delete it completely and then redo it. I don't know. Uncool dude, my Calamity cable order is also underway. Well, hopefully you use the discount code. Doesn't have to be me. Like I don't get a kickback or anything, but just for your sake. He's a great guy. So thank you for supporting him. He does it full time to support his family. So like, yeah, it's always nice. It's always nice to know that people are buying from him. Uncool dude, S4Key mat. He needs to make me a 1800 mat. Yeah, fair enough. I think that is. I think in this community, it's just not a lot of people use a full-size keyboard. That being said, I think even if you don't have a full-size keyboard, it might still be nice to have a larger mat. You know, like a 65% keyboard can use a TKL sized key mat if they want a little bit of extra space. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? But I think, yeah, with an 1800 mat, like it shouldn't be too hard to do. I think that would just complete the set. All the sizes. I'm down in Missouri now. Been here 20 years. Nice. Okay. That's really cool. I've considered moving to the States. The taxes get me, man. The taxes. It's Hopoi. Hello. Hello. First time chatter. How's it going? Thank you so much for dropping by. Scuff is life in the keyboard realm. Nice. I'm new to the custom keyboards, but I assume you're lubing switches. Hope that's going smoothly. Yes, I'm lubing switches. Or no, I'm not. Sorry. I was lubing switches. I am lubing stabilizers now. Whenever you see these wires, it's stabilizers. But I was lubing these switches earlier. Welcome. Ask away if you have any questions. Be more than happy to answer anything within my limited knowledge. Also, if it's easier, you can call me Hop. Yeah, I might do that actually. Hop. Uncool dude, I miss the Rockies. Something fierce though. I spent all my free time in the mountains when I lived there. Yeah. I think it totally makes sense. Like that's why a lot of people move to Vancouver also, is like it's so close to nature. And I really used to be in tune with nature before. But yeah, not so much anymore. I'm more of like a hermit, indoors hermit now. But I always appreciate and respect nature. And I'm always down for like a nice hike or even a camping trip somewhere. I know enough about the wild and safety and stuff like that to, yeah, canoeing and stuff like that. I used to do a lot of that too. Hop, you seem to have been dodging my name, so I don't blame you. No, I wasn't dodging. I was just reading other comments. I mean, if you prefer to be called Hopoi, just let me know how to pronounce it, and I will be more than happy to say it that way. I'd get into custom keys with the hobbies. Honestly, too expensive to join my already pricey roster of hobbies. Oh, well, what kind of what kind of hobbies do you Like, are you into? If you're into Warhammer, I know how expensive that shit is. Uncool dude. I cycle through my hobbies. I put on pause. Then the money goes to another one. Yeah, that's fair. I have a friend an IG friend. I don't know him in real life, but he hops between records and then watches and then keyboards. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Shit ain't cheap. I'm pretty sure he does like sneakers, dabbles in sneakers here and there too, which are also quite expensive. Can get quite expensive. I mean, but if you're on a budget, there are options out there, especially now, more than ever before. Like, if you were to have joined like a year and a half ago, like, your options would have been a lot more limited. This hobby and this community has grown so much in such a short period of time. It's honestly quite amazing. Everyone calls me Hop, to be fair, but it's pronounced like Hope Poi. Hope Poi, or is it Hope Poi? Hope Poi? If it's Hope Poi, yeah, this is more of a pain to say it, not gonna lie. Oof, watches, yeah. Yeah. It's quite the thing to get into. I don't know. I feel like hobbies are just like so important to have. It's important to have something to enjoy doing because you enjoy doing it, you know? Not everything you do needs like an ultimate purpose, you know, like I really like basketball. Like, I love basketball. I've been playing it since like the 9th grade. And like, I've been injured many times. Like, I tore my ACL, MCL, meniscus from a basketball injury. You know, I tore my other meniscus. Thankfully, I didn't need surgery. It just healed naturally. It just, you know, even when I twist my ankle and I used to come home, my parents would be so upset at me. They'd be like, why would you risk injuring yourself for something that isn't going to help you in the future? And I'm like, that's such a short-sighted thing to say. You know, like, sure, I'm not going to be an NBA player, you know, or I'm not going to be a pro player in any country for that matter. But it keeps me healthy. It keeps me active. You meet a lot of people through it too. Like, some of the best friends, like life friends, I met on the basketball court. You know, people that don't understand sports and like just shit on it, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, I respect their opinion, but I don't agree with it. Because if you really think about it, sports are like a microcosm of life. One game of basketball, especially a close game, you can tell more about a person than you can working with that person in an office job for years. Guarantee you. In one game. How do they treat that person? How do they treat a loss? How do they treat pressure? How do they act in pressure situations? Are they the type to blame others? Are they the type to, you know, try to shoulder all the responsibility on their own? You know, are they going to hog the ball? Are they going to, you know what I mean? Like, and that's why I've met so many good people through basketballs, because people that were like encouraging and supportive, or like they weren't serious, but you know, they still played hard, but they didn't play so hard that you try to injure people. Like, you know what I mean? Win at all costs mentality. You just meet the right people if you play sports, in my opinion. And in general, it's just a hobby. right? You just meet good people through your passions, like through keyboards. I've met so many amazing people. So like, yeah. People that don't appreciate hobbies because it's a quote unquote waste of time, it's not going to make you money, it's not going to blah blah blah. I disagree so much with that sentiment. It's like, I could not disagree more with that kind of sentiment. Anyway, sorry, rant over. Oh boy. Well, first and foremost, I'm a car enthusiast, so money for car mods. Oh no. Cars are like I was just talking about this with my girlfriend. Like I think it's because we were watching Fast and the Furious. Like a bunch of them. We're just talking about how like cars like breaking down and crashing, and like we're talking about how rally drivers, like their transmissions are shot, their suspensions are probably shot too. Like every single race you have to replace it. Obviously you have a team, you have funding, but like the amount of money it takes to be able to fund that kind of hobby, racing, astronomical. It's crazy, and props to anyone that can fund it. But even if you don't do racing, like cars break down, modding, tuning takes a long time. It's more complex. Probably that's why it's so much nicer when you like, you know, turn the key and it actually turns on and runs. But there's yeah, that's a huge time commitment for sure, and investment. But oh man, cars. The worst money pit. One reason why I became a mechanic, but it killed my love of cars. Took me 20 years to get some of that back, but it's still not the same. Oh, I see. It seems like it's kind of like a chef, right? Like I had a chef. She's a very she's like renowned enough. Like she won international competitions and stuff with the team. She told me like you need more than love of food to be a chef as a career. Because this career will kill your love of food. So you need to be like, there needs to be something else you hold on to aside from food and cuisine and liking to cook to make this a career. So maybe that's what happened to you. It's Hopoi. First and foremost, oh sorry. Oh, astrophotography. That's also very cool. Sorry, I didn't mention that part. Ironically, I'm moving from gas cars to electric vehicles. With the common trait between gas and electric, I crave the oddball cars. What's an oddball electric vehicle you can get? There's like way less options. Your shitbox is my treasure if I'm aware of how uncommon it is. Tuning, depending on the car, can really just be a plug and reflash, the ECU type deal. I remember on YouTube, there was this guy who like had a Model S, a Tesla Model S, and he literally just stripped out all the unnecessary stuff, just like took off excess weight, and then he took it to a drag strip and he's like killing everybody. And he's like, people get mad at him. He's like, oh man, you can't even beat a stock. This is all stock, dude. This is a stock car. Just like triggering like all these Mustang drivers and stuff. Man. Uncool dude. There's a whole community of people that build electric cars out of normal cars. Interesting. They convert them. I've seen some crazy builds. But if it's electric, like you don't, it's not a stick anymore, right? And like some of the coolest cars are manual transmission. Unless it's like modern cars. Most cars nowadays are just automatic, Tiptronic, whatever. Not quite the same. it's so poised. There's some companies arriving onto the scene like Aptera, Lucid, Rivian, and other small companies. Aptera is the one I am aiming to buy. That's a pretty crazy hobby right there. Like investing in like new electric car companies or just new companies in general. It's very, very interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna need more lube than that. Just gonna keep this open. I mean, much respect. We need, you know, society needs like people like you to fund new things so that it can eventually, you know, all the R&D can go into, or all the money from the profits go back into R&D, making better products, and then mass producing it at some point. I mean, that's what Elon Musk's goal was, right, with Tesla. Like he had like this 20-year plan or something of just this is what I'm doing. And the way that you can like mass produce cars and reach to the masses is or reach the masses, excuse me, is by getting people to initially fund like smaller projects just out of like the novelty factor, and then with that money like you continue to reinvest. So yeah. Aptera is aiming to offer an electric 3-wheeled car that should be offering a maximum range of 1,000 miles thanks to its lightweight and low drag coefficient. 3-wheeled car. Okay, is it practical though? You know what? I've seen a 3-wheeled electric car. No, it wasn't an electric car. It was a 3-wheel car. But it was very unique. I'd never seen it before. I don't know if it was, actually I have no idea if it was gas or electric powered, but yeah, I mean, if it's practical enough, it can like hold enough stuff in the trunk, you know, how many people can it comfortably have? That kind of stuff. You know, I'm just going to put some back on the palette. I just want the flying car I was promised. Who promised? Hollywood? Man, there's like some video games and like movies that you play, and video games you play and movies that you watch. It's like a 90s movie or an 80s movie. It's like the year is 2020. It's like, sorry guys, no, that's not what happened. We haven't advanced that much. Or like we went in a completely different direction. I think that's good enough. I needed to be more liberal with like the lube. Should have put more on the brush. Yeah, I think that's fine. The Aptera also offers sporty 0 to 60 times for both its front-wheel drive and all-wheel drive systems. Front-wheel drive will net you 0 to 60 in 5.5 seconds, and the all-wheel drive one will hit that in 3.5 seconds. Wow. The trunk is large enough. They offer a camping package for it using the trunk. It also seats 2 people for now. That's really cool. And you know what? Like, I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, most people, if you look at like congested roads and you look at how many people are in these cars, right? In this traffic jam. It's mostly people just sitting in, one person sitting in the car. Oh shoot, I needed to add lube to this corner here. There you go. It's just one person sitting in the car, you know, driving like a sedan or an SUV or truck or something like that. You know, like how many people really, really need like to be in a car like that? I bet you most people probably don't need that at all. So if there was like a nice option for some people, like obviously you always have a choice to buy what you want. But you know, like I'm just a fan of competition. The more options and competition there are out there, everybody wins. That's what I truly believe. I mean, the mechanical keyboard hobby is one of those examples of everybody benefiting from like more players coming into the picture. You know what I mean? Oh man, my fingers are all greasy. Uncool dude. Blade Runner had flying cars in 2019 according to the timeline. I'm overdue. Well, I mean, you're the expert here. You are the mechanic, engineer, IT, technical expert. Is it possible with the current technology that we have to make a flying car? And if so, I believe it is probably possible. Is it practical, scalable? And you know, what's the cost going to be? Like, I don't know. I think the solution, because you see it in Star Wars, right? All these flying cars, and they have like lanes depending on how high you are up in the air. Like, yeah, if you go up in the air, it can accommodate so much more traffic. And then the flow of traffic can be controlled better and stuff like that, for sure. But again, like, is it possible? Is it practical? Boy, that was the main thinking as well. It also has solar panels on the dash and hood in its base form, but it can have extra solar panels added to the roof and trunk. Whoa. It's like a modular car, isn't it? That's pretty cool. The thinking is in a sunny climate, the Aptera refills about 40 miles in optimal conditions. That's pretty cool. So it's like perfect for, I don't know, California, I guess, for example. Obergeiman, my Black Friday order from Catcoil just arrived. Sick. Definitely send me some photos of it. Definitely would like to see what it looks like. Uncool dude, there's a simple reason we don't have flying cars. People are crazy. Can you imagine them in the air? That's so true. Actually, that's so true. That would be freaking catastrophic. Because then they crash, right? And then they're going to hit somebody somewhere in a completely unexpected environment. Yeah. Yeah. Never mind. We don't need that. Also, there's just something about Calgary drivers. I just cannot. Man, I don't like it. Some of the worst and most dangerous drivers I've ever encountered were Calgary drivers. or Albertans. And they're just such, like, some of them are such dicks, man. Like, I remember I was just driving in regular traffic, driving like 10 above the speed limit, whatever. And then there was like a stop coming up. There's a bunch of cars lined up. And I was like the first car about to like hit that wave of traffic, that congestion. And then this truck just like zooms past me and cuts me off, makes me slam on my brakes. And I don't honk at him or anything because I'm just like shocked. And I just like throw up my arms like, what the hell was that for? And then he just stuck up his middle finger back at me. Like, man, I know not all truck drivers are like that, but like some of the worst drivers I've ever encountered were truck drivers. And not just like pickup trucks, but also like 18-wheeler trucks like that too. Like I remember one was tailgating me in like some of the worst rain that I've ever encountered in my life. Like maximum wipers, I still couldn't see anything. And like instead of passing me, he was so mad that I was not going fast enough for his liking that he was tailgating me. Literally, I swear to God, like a meter from my bumper for miles, for many kilometers. Just unbelievable, some of these people, like how awful they can be. It's like life-threatening too, these situations. Like the truck driver that like cut me off, whatever, that's just generic traffic. But that semi driver, dude, that is so dangerous. They should know better than that, you know? But yeah, I don't know. Calgary and Deerfoot Trail. Uncool dude, Deerfoot. I don't remember a single day that went by without an accident on Deerfoot. Just absolute insanity, that road. Like, people just like merge onto Deerfoot and just turn into psychopaths. It's just crazy. Why aren't you clipping in? What's going on? There you go. Jeez. You think Calgary's bad? Let me take you a drive on Kansas City, bro. From my experience, when I like drove through from Toronto, I didn't take the Highway 1 up through Canada. I went through like Michigan and stuff. I don't know, they're pretty chill. I guess highway drivers are a little different, obviously. Uncool dude, appropriate driving meme. What is this? Me, be kind. You never know what someone else is going through. Also me, nice turn signal, fuck face. Oh man, that was a good one. I like it. It's Hopoi. There's a possibility that he didn't have the speed to even pass you if he wanted. A semi companies limit their trucks to go about 110. No, I think this was before that limit was imposed. It was like, I don't know. It was like 10, 12 years ago, something like that. But nonetheless, like, they have no right to do something like that to somebody. It's so dangerous. Uncool dude, Deerfoot Trail's a murder zone. Yeah. The difference here in the US is everyone has guns too. Yeah, so like, just don't say anything. You don't want to get shot over a stupid just like traffic dispute. It's not worth it. Not worth it at all. Oh right, I have to do another housing. Oh man. Oh, I do have one sweet justice story. So my mom and I were driving in a car in the snow. You know, not driving like, we're driving the speed limit, right? We had snow tires on and everything, but nothing crazy. And then this, you know, asshole truck like cuts us off, and then like he like sped up this like small hill and then cut us off, and then as soon as he went downhill to go under like this small bridge, a cop was waiting and pulled him over. Oh man, that was awesome. Yeah, but rarely do you ever get that kind of justice. Hey Krokobai, what's up? Good morning. Yes, it is morning for you over in Romania. I always like to say it because it's so novel. I don't know anyone else in Romania. Ah, shit. I didn't update the build. I'm sorry. Uncool dude, I've drove 18-wheeler for a while. As an owner-operator, you can remove the governor from your truck. I could pull 80,000 pounds down the highway at 100 mile per hour easy. Don't say that, man. There might be other truckers that didn't know that. Now they're educated on how to break the limit. What am I building? I'm building a Hex KB Hex.4B Dreamcore Edition. Only 100 units were produced, and I managed to get my hand on one of these. Hex and PanicPacman, the guy who project managed this keyboard project, were in the chat earlier, but I think it's like it was super late. They're very tired. So I'm just doing the stabs, and then I'll do a Switch Living stream, and then in the final third stream, I'll put everything together. Yeah, Hopoi, go ahead. You can link the Aptera. I'd like to see what car you're talking about. Hydrate. Let me hydrate again. My throat's a little. I need to drink water periodically when I stream because I talk a lot. Oh. I'm so hydrated I could float a good-sized boat. Okay, let's see what this is. Electric Hunter. What a name. Holy crap. Yeah, I definitely have never seen this car in real life ever. I don't know if I'm a fan. I don't know if I'm a fan of this design. But I just realized the design is intentional to save on fuel, right? So it has to be shaped that way. So I take it back. I'm sorry, I take it back. It's like full on functional design, which I can respect and appreciate. Oh boy, this be the car. This is the alpha prototype named Noir, and has two other sister prototypes named Luna and Sol. I like those names. Krogobai, I got affiliate. Congrats, dude. Now you can hydrate me for 69 points every 15 minutes. Maybe we'll lower the cooldown to 5-10 minutes. Come on, Krogobai. It should be every 5 minutes at least. You live by the hydrate, you die by the hydrate. You should lower it to a minute, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Krokobai is... He streams, not keyboard content so much. Although he did do a build. I'm sorry I wasn't there for that. But he streams video games. And he's a very nice guy. He's been a big supporter of mine since I first started off my Instagram account. August 2019, was it? Anyways, if you're interested in supporting my friend, please give him a follow. I'm sure he would really appreciate it. I would really appreciate it. Be right back. I'm gonna go check post office. Sounds good, man. It's Hopoi. The design of the car is a low drag coefficient. As I said, the expected drag is 0.34. I'm sorry, I'm not smart enough to understand what that means, but I would be more than happy to learn something new if you're willing to explain it. Like, what is the worst possible drag coefficient and what is the best? Is the best like 0, the worst is 1, that kind of thing? Looks good to me. All right. Ah, it's Hopoi. Thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you bringing much of your interest and knowledge to the chat. I love learning about new things, talking about new things. It's always nice to do that. So oh yeah, same thing goes for you, uncool dude. I scoff at your name. Yeah. Idea is with it being so slippery with its drag, it doesn't need as much battery to power it, meaning it's cheaper to buy for you. Yeah, and it probably means you could probably load a smaller battery on it to save on weight. But the battery is the killer, right, for electric cars. An 80,000 pound 18-wheeler. That's the worst drag coefficient. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, for sure. Uncool dude, what do you think about Tesla's trucks? Like, a lot of people are saying like the truckers are gonna lose their jobs because of it and stuff like that, but like, and maybe, but I feel like there's an opportunity there, right? Like, I still feel like those trucks can benefit from having somebody there, just in case you need to, like, switch over manually. And then educating them on how to, like, maintain the thing and, like, fix it or, you know, troubleshoot any system issues. And I think they can, you know, continue being a trucker, and it won't be as much stress or strain on their bodies because they don't have to, like, be up all the time. Or, I don't know. I think I understand like the whole job loss because of technology thing, but I always think that there's an opportunity also whenever something new gets, or something disruptive, you know, hits the market. Like, classic example is like when before the automobile, it was all horse, right? And so many people were using horses and carriages to transport. Horse manure became a massive problem because there's so many horses just shitting everywhere. Obviously, that's not like a good solution either. And of course, a lot of like horse carriage repair people, horse caretaker people, like lost their jobs. But, you know, there's a certain kind of transition I feel is needed. It's just like, not needed, it's just inevitable, right? Batteries are what make EVs so pricey. Aptera has a starting price of $26K and its fully loaded form is $46K. Assuming that's US, that's still not too bad. But for like the size of it and how much like capacity, yeah. Some people are definitely going to be like, that's too expensive. Uncool dude, they've been saying that for years about the Tesla trucks. The truth, it's years away from ever happening. Current transport laws in the US require a human pilot. Yeah, there you go. So even if they do implement it, I think it's just like, let's just say the technology is optimized in a way that doesn't require a human, and they've tested it and it's like, see, we don't need it. I still think it's valuable to have a person on there. Because like the amount of distance that it's freaking traveling, something is always going to happen with technology. I mean, look at our freaking laptops and computers, right? Like, they don't work all the time. And that's something that's like pretty optimized. We've had laptops and PCs and shit for so long. Something can always go wrong with technology. So it's always good to, you know, have somebody on board. And especially if they're trained in like the maintenance of the equipment and the devices and the, you know, I just think it's, yeah, I don't know. Topoy, also in regards to Tesla Semi, I don't think it's meant to be fully autonomous. Yeah, okay. Then yeah, it's like how Teslas are now, right? USD, I'd say at max in Canadian 52k. Yeah, for 52k, I think you could get a Model 3 for 60k. 60 or 70. That's pretty close in terms of price point for what you get out of a Tesla versus a Apertura. Is that what it's called again? Aptera. I was thinking Aperture from Portal. Uncool dude, the thing that people gloss over about electric vehicles is the horrendous environmental impact making the batteries cause. Yes, I 100% agree. And that is fact. Rare earth minerals often come from conflict countries. Absolutely. That is one thing. And so, like, again, I don't hate on anybody that wants to invest in new technology. But to say that it is completely free of I don't know, yeah, fossil fuels, or you just don't see the fossil fuels coming out of the ass of a car. But it's somebody's paying for it, and somebody's breathing that air that you would otherwise be breathing in another country. And I think as long as people understand that, then that's fine. Otherwise, it's just hypocrisy. Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And it's true. It's the same thing. It's not just about electric cars too. It's just like new tech in general. I remember there was oh god, I don't even know if it was a study, but of like fridges. So like the new like eco-friendly fridges and stuff like that we all use now. This was like 10-year ago study, or maybe a news article that I read. And they're talking about how like there's a massive trend of like eco-friendly, low energy, like, you know, fridges or dryers or washing machines, all that kind of stuff. And then they said like the amount of energy that was spent making this new eco-friendly fridge so that it would run at a certain, like, you know, wattage or rating. Like, people really need to consider all the resources, all the energy that was spent making the product to begin with. And, you know, when you take all that into account, it was actually worse for the environment to buy that fridge. You should have just stuck to your 20-year-old fridge that worked perfectly fine. They were probably built to last, right? Because nowadays companies need to make a profit, so they build things to break. Like when I bought my Fiesta ST, I bought it off of a BMW mechanic, and he had the discounts available to him, but he didn't buy a BMW because he knew they were trash. They're made to break. He said they used to use like certain components in the engine bay used to have metals be made out of metal, like stainless steel, aluminum, just more heat resistant, break resistant stuff. And then they recently started to put plastic, replace it with plastic components. Well, plastic in an engine bay is just going to warp and break over time, which to me is just like, it's so egregious. Like, they should be sued for that kind of stuff. That's literally exploiting your customers. You know, that's how they get you, right? They get you with the 0% down, you know, $0 down payment, low finance rates or whatever, but then you go in for maintenance every time, you're spending like $500 over how many years? And then that's how they get you, man. That's how they get you. I'm really enjoying this conversation, guys. I think I missed a lot of chat here. Rare earth metals bit might be... The rare earth metals bit might be coming close to being phased out with how tech is moving. Hopefully. I remember, didn't Elon Musk have like a battery summit with a bunch of like Tesla drivers that like drove up to like, it was like those old school drive-in movies, and then he was just on a stage talking and everybody was in their Teslas and they're talking about like how battery technology was progressing. That was very cool. I watched that whole thing. I don't remember a lot of it, but lots of promising tech from what I remember. We need far better energy storage mediums for electric vehicles to make a significant impact. Hydrogen is much easier to use to power vehicles, and in fact they made toy cars years ago that ran on it. Unfortunately, hydrogen is kind of explosive. Yeah, I read about that. That's really unfortunate. The difference between a Model 3 and an Aptera, however, is the range. Aptera boasts 1,000 mile versus Model 3's 400. Right, and the amount of energy required per mile, not just including like per full battery capacity too. So yeah, I totally agree with you on that. That's a selling point. Sure, but Model 3 can carry 5 passengers plus baggage. Trade-offs are just how it goes. Yeah. Uncool dude. Engineered failure is what the term is for how everything is designed to fall apart after a certain amount of time, so you have to replace it. This has been going on for quite a while. Yeah, and that sucks. You know, if people really cared about environmentalism and like, we just wouldn't buy as many things, but we also wouldn't buy as many things. Like, obviously there's a culture of consumerism, which I think is a completely separate conversation. But the fact that like everyday products like toasters, microwaves, fridges, they can be built to last, but they are not, is I don't know. It's very egregious to me. I don't like that at all. What's his name? Robert Dyson? Dyson? The maker of, obviously, the Dyson vacuums. I watched a YouTube video of him on, shit. Obviously, I forgot the channel name. I think it was Wired. But somebody was like, what's like your favorite product? And he's like, this pencil sharpener that I got from Japan 20 years ago. I use it every single day. And it works every single day. It's built to work. Gion works. Hello. 안녕하세요. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for dropping by. Guys, if you don't know, you must know who this man is. Gion is the man who designed this beautiful frog TKL. I'm just gonna wash my hands. I'm gonna be right back, but please admire the view of this beautiful keyboard. Okay, I'm back. Gian, are you still there? I actually wanted to talk to you about something. Oh, is he gone? Damn it. Yeah, we've been trained to be consumers for several decades. Just slowly programmed to want what we don't really need. Yeah, I mean, keyboards, keycaps, I totally understand. Yeah, absolutely. Just gonna give a quick shout out to also the max battery size is about 100 kilowatts. Aha, the Keep community at large. Yeah, like who are we kidding? This is a community built on consumerism, you know what I mean? Like, and I think it's totally fine. As long as we admit that it's probably not the most environmentally friendly or conscious thing, like, you know, you could rationalize it and say there are worse things, you know, to be a hobbyist of. But yeah, anyways, just, you know, I just, for me, like, I just feel blessed that I have an opportunity to do things that I like to do, that I enjoy doing. And that's that, right? It's too bad. I should have asked Gian Works as soon as he dropped by. Gian, please. Actually, I have a story with Gian Works. When I was, I don't know. Oh, hello. Before I tell the story, I actually want to ask you, Gian. A lot of people have been asking about this metal artisan or metal keycap that you made for me. That's a part of the story when I first started out in the community, by the way. But I DM'd you on Instagram and I messaged you on Discord. But I think you're just so big and popular now. I think you just don't have the time to check all your messages. But I wanted to ask you if yeah, a long time ago. Yes, it's been a really long time. But yeah, I was wondering if you have the capacity. A lot of my followers have been asking if they can buy this metal keycap. I just said, you know, let me reach out to Gian Works, see if, you know, he is willing to do it, like sell me these keycaps in bulk so that maybe we can sell it. So, you know, I would like to have that conversation with you, maybe through Discord or Instagram. But please let me know if it's possible. Okay. End of business talk. But yes, thank you for dropping by. But yeah, Gian Works was one of the first people that welcomed me, and showed the good side of the keyboard community. He had a slightly larger following than me at the time, but nothing like over 500. I had like, I don't know, 100, 200 followers. And he made me this keycap out of the kindness of his heart. He didn't ask for any money. He just asked me, can you send me your logo image? Can you send me your shipping address? And he made some and sent it over to me. So yeah, very, very sentimental value in this keycap right here. Obviously it's great quality, because it's coming from his factory that he owns in Korea, South Korea. But yeah, if there's an opportunity to sell this keycap, I know a lot of people are interested in it. So I would love to have that conversation with you if possible. Get my WoW stick out. Sorry guys, uncool dude about batteries, John Goodenough. What a name. Registered a patent recently for new battery tech aimed at the auto industry, and he's 97. Amazing. Okay, all right. I gotta take a look at this. 97 years old, still popping out patents. That's amazing. Lithium ion co-inventor, patents glass battery. Glass battery. Huh. We need to read through this. Hold on. Patent for new battery that uses glass as key component, submitted by a team headed by John Goodenough, the part winner of the 2019 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for his work as co-inventor of the now ubiquitous lithium-ion battery that is now the go-to power source for electric cars and energy storage, is now active. And the new glass battery promises to accelerate the shift away from internal combustion engines because it will deliver significant increase in storage capacity. That was the problem, right? That you're talking about, uncool dude. By spiking glass with either sodium or lithium to form an electrode within the battery, the researchers say the new battery technology provides 3 times the energy storage capacity of comparable lithium-ion batteries. It is also neither volatile nor flammable, does not display issues of lithium dendrite growth that plagues lithium-ion batteries, which can cause short circuits and present safety hazards. Holy crap. New glass battery electrode has a potential to upturn the transport industry. That is, if it's commercialized. Could finally break through the price barrier that hinders the uptake of electric cars. Been trying to do this for the last 20 years. Here's the thing. I think, like, people that really want to make a change in the world, especially now because of instant gratification culture, like, people want to do things now, immediately. They want to make an impact right away. Oh, actually, I don't need these washers. What am I doing? But, like, this guy is a classic example of if you really want to make a change in the world, you might have to work very hard for a very long time to achieve this. You know? So the question is, like, how committed are you to one solution? One, there's enough problems in the world. The problem is you're only one person, right? You could only really fix probably one big problem in your life, if that. Anyways, that's amazing. Gioren, hey, thank you for dropping by. Just stopping in before bed, but wanted to say hi. Thanks. I hope you have a good night. Thanks for dropping by. Have a good night. Sorry, it's Hopeboy. Sorry if you're still here. I didn't read the other message. We got distracted by this awesome article. I apologize for repeating this, but another reason... I actually don't remember you talking about this. Another reason I've grown to like about Aptera is their stance on right to repair. Aha! Yes, right to repair. I've heard many things about that. So assuming we both follow Louis Rosman on YouTube. That guy's great. I love watching his videos. Yeah, and he's another example. Right to repair, it didn't happen overnight. Like, for him to get the attention of these, like, politicians and lawmakers and stuff like that, it took a long time. Maybe not 20 years, but it took a long time for people to finally, like, get on board or at least understand what he's trying to do. Yeah, like things that matter, things that last, take time. Sounds familiar, the iPhone guy, right? Lewis, the kind of the bar calounger. Lewis Rosman is always upset about someone about something. Yeah, I don't know. He's really entertaining though, and I like his. I appreciate his takes on just like life in general. He's very transparent. He's very open. He's very honest. Yeah. I also welcome Archetype, guys. Archetype keycaps. If you don't follow this guy. Also, Gian works. Sorry, Gian, if you're still here. I should have tagged your Instagram. So make sure you follow Gian Works. Make sure you're following Archetype. I mean, I'm sure you all do, but I'm not going to take that risk. Make sure you're following these people. Damn, 14.5K? Congrats, man. That's awesome. Oh, Archetype. We were talking about... remember we were talking about merchandising, hats? Here's the black on black logo hat. Based on suggestions from some followers. And then the pink one. Yeah. It's nice. It's nice. It's got like brass buckle. And then the strap can tuck away in the back. It fits like perfectly on my head. Classic. Dad hats are classic. Love it. But yeah, just wanted to show you. The pink one is sick. Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really excited. Maybe in the next week, something like that, I will be holding a sale on my store, including extras of the Matsuzuka desk mat. So yeah, you can combine any in-stock item into the order, so that'll include the dad hats. I'm also selling the Takoyaki Switch sticker that came with. Originally, it was only for purchasers of the Matsuzuka desk mat, but now you can actually buy just the sticker, obviously, to support Input Universe, the designer, and of course myself as a content creator and vendor. So yeah, I'll announce all of those dates on my IG and Discord. So please do make sure you're following me. Yes, Archetype approved dad hats. I'm going to make that a selling point now. Oh man, I keep missing your shit. It's Hopoi. Aptera with the stance on right to repair. If you're not close to one of their nearby mechanics, they send you ultra detailed step-by-step instructions on how to repair the part that broke on the vehicle. Yeah, I love that. Sustainability, it's so important. So important. My Kolkrava mat's on the way since I take Big L in the Artisans. Oh, Gioren, see ya. Yeah, got all excited with Archetype in the chat. How much more black could that be? And the answer is none. None more black. Hopeboy, also sorry for nerding the fuck out on this car. Been watching these guys since the beginning of last year. Hey man, no problem. I don't know. Something about like how whenever people get really passionate about things, it draws me in. I want to know what it is, like why they're passionate about it, and I want to know what they know. Yeah. I love it. I love it. I'm interested. Always interested in what people are interested in. Oh shit, it's almost 12? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna need to end the stream in the next like 10 minutes or something. IRL word ban. Okay. As long as we're not talking about your brand, or we're not talking about any sort of psychological profiles, I think we'll be okay. I'm hopeful for this company because they have big names behind them, but the notable company is Roush. It's almost 2 a.m. here, but I'm on vacation. Dude. Uncool dude, thank you so much. Like, you've been in basically since the beginning. I really appreciate you spending your vacation, precious vacation time here on stream. Yeah, I really appreciate it. Who makes that octo cap on your TKL? I don't know. The name escapes me right now. The name escapes me. I know this guy calls Canada Snow Mexico, but that's about it. I don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe in the next 5 minutes, I'll probably know. I'll probably know. Yeah. I'm never letting go of that Snow Mexico comment. I love that so much. Okay. Final component. Hopefully I can just put the oh, I need to put switches on, son of a bitch. So I'll put some like rando switches on. Just put these ones on. Make sure that the stabs seem tuned enough. I might have to do the syringe method. Oh, son of a bitch. It's like all the way in the back of my desk. I'll get it later. But hopefully, if it goes as well as the Zenith stab tuning went, it will not require any extra effort. Holy shit, you've been streaming for almost 5 hours? Yeah. And he's almost done with these stabs. No, hold on. We figured out how we want to lube these switches, right? So that now I know I want 3203 with desk key switch film, right? Also, we talked about some really entertaining shit, like the Novel Keys switch bundles, the mystery bundles. I learned a lot about batteries and electric cars, a lot about uncool dudes, work life history. Okay, so you know what? It's been a great stream, well worth the time. Just crack open the GMK laser that I got. Actually, I could just use this. Stabathon. Once again, it's focusing on the mic for no good reason. Need to get some keycaps that fit on this thing. Where's the cap for this thing? Oh, there it is. Okay. Backspace. don't know why the switches are popping out. The last switches I used, like, stayed in there. Pretty solid. The shift. Enter. Then the 7. Oh, Hammer Brother, what's up, man? You still gonna be streaming for a bit? No, I'm probably gonna end it in the next like 5 minutes or so. I gotta head off to bed soon. Okay. Let's see if I tune these correctly. My ears are killing me. It's like pressing the arms of the glasses into my side of my head. All right. Probably should have used like a linear switch or something.
Wait a minute.
Oh shit.
This isn't my world. Disappointed!
CG Buen. How's it going, man? Thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, kind of bad timing. I need to I was gonna wrap it up in the next like 5 minutes. Yo, Vinsanity is so hyped up. Let's fucking go. What's up, Vinsanity? CG Buen, how's it going? For those of you in chat don't know CG Buen, he's another keyboard streamer here on Twitch. I believe he lives in California. But yeah, definitely check him out. Streams a lot more often than I do. Makes awesome content. Welcome to the Stabathon. Aw, come on, man. You're never gonna let this go. Oh, man. But yeah, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Takoyakeys. I am a streamer up here in Vancouver, Canada. Keyboard streamer. You might know me from the Matsuzuka Deathmat. I was the inspiration for that. Of course, I'm not that talented. I needed the help of the designer input universe to make that Deathmat, but yeah, welcome. We were just tuning some stabs for the Hex.4B Dreamcore Edition that I managed to snag. Hopefully in the next stream after, I will be putting that all together. So it's Hopboy. Before chat dies, I spaced out my Aptera. I spec'd out my Aptera. It's 32,000 US, and it's a front wheel drive model with 400-mile range. It's got upgrade sound system, camping kit, and technology package. Lord. Oh, actually, it sounds pretty decent. There's a bit of metal ticking coming from the switch, but I don't think it's coming from the stabs. I think maybe a slight amount of... No, I don't think that's ticking. Most of this sound is just coming from an unlubed switch. You know what? I'll take a look at it maybe tomorrow morning before I work. Just so like you aren't watching me just doing this shit for like 5 minutes straight. My spacebar makes me want to log my keyboard. XVXMK61 with GAT yellows. I mean, GAT yellows are... I guess the spacebar is a different story though. If you haven't tuned the stabilizers. Yeah, slight bit of rattle, but that's just like, I don't know. Actually, that's not rattle or ticking at all. Like, there's literally nothing you could do about sound produced from this motion. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's very solid. I think. I mean, whenever you do the Holy mod, you kind of just have to like press it a ton of times just to make sure everything settles. But from what I could tell, it seems very solid. I might just have to do a little bit of a syringe injection. I'll just do it off stream. Because I got to go to bed soon. But yeah, we're done. We're done the stabs, guys. 5 hours. We're fucking done. Let's do it. Oh. But at least we know. At least I can start off my next stream knowing exactly how I want the switches to be done. So, there's that. What is this? Oh, yeah. I've seen this keyboard before. Yeah. For sure. Just realized I like semi-doxed myself. Oh, it's fine. My name is my name. And also, people know my address because I ship. I'm a vendor, so we good. Oh no, it's fine. It's totally fine. Yeah, I think we're done for the day, for the evening. Good progress made. Met some new cool people. Uncool dude, because we're gonna storm Canada to come get you. Let's find someone to raid here. Sorry, raiders from CG Buen's stream. Let's see who is up. Looks like it's just gonna be Rocklina. Rocklina's the only person I'm following that's doing anything. All right. Slash raid at Rocklina. I'm raiding my bed. I too am raiding my bed. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. I know it's late for a lot of you in chat. I appreciate your company while I was tuning these stabs. Although you could probably argue if I didn't have your company, I probably would have finished 2 hours earlier. But that's just the cynical side of me talking. I 100% appreciate all of you for have been a part of this stream. And I hope to see you again in the next one. Hopefully in the next, somewhere between 2 to 4 days, we'll be looping switches. One step closer to the final build of this Hex.4B Dreamcore Edition keyboard. Raid message. I have no raid message. Oh, I have one. Make more artisans. Because I was DMing her earlier, and she said that it's tough for her to make like a ton of artisans to sell it because each one takes like so much time and effort. So that's what we'll be yelling at her. All right, guys, have a good night. And I will see you on the next stream.